There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson, P.E. moves to amend House File Number 5247, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A29.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment requires the Department of Revenue to list the amount of equity that Minnesota has in the various companies which would have to make their private tax returns public should this tax bill become law. But it requires the department to list the amount of equity that the State Board of Investment has in each of the companies. As you may be aware, the State Board of Investment is the authority that invests the taxpayer dollars in our pension funds, our cash accounts, some of the locals, I'll go over each of them, but they invest our dollars. And the people it is our governor, I believe the lieutenant governor, the attorney general, and the state auditor that sit on the board. And underneath the board, there are numerous funds and different savings that are invested. Let me just start with the State Board. In a little history, the State Board was established back in 1885. It's part of the Minnesota Constitution, and the purpose of the State Board of Investment is to administer and direct the investment of all of our state funds. They are under a statutory authority that requires them to be governed by what's called a prudent person rule. And if you're in the investment world, you'll know that it essentially means that all members have to act in good faith and exercise that degree of judgment and care under circumstances then prevailing, which persons of prudence, discretion, and intelligence exercise in the management of their own affairs, not for speculation, but for investment, considering the probable safety of their capital as well as the probable income to be derived. That's the prudent person rule. And that is what our 4 constitutional officers are under, and I believe have been doing, and that's what the State Board of Investments governing body does. Right now, we have 130, well, this is as of, I have the end of the fiscal year 23 report. So I think things have changed slightly since then, but let's look at the end of the fiscal year 23. The State Board of Investment has investable assets of almost $135 billion. This is Minnesota money. MSRS is the largest. And the Correctional Employees Fund, correctional employees, under the MSRS, it's $1,591 million. So that is a billion, almost $1.5 billion in pension fund dollars they invest. Our highway patrol, it's almost $1 billion. Judges' retirement fund, that's $268 million. And then our MSRS, our state employees, that's everyone in this room. That's everyone just about in every building around here and across the state of Minnesota. The state employees in the state of Minnesota, there is $27 billion invested of their pension fund money within the State Board of Investment. Then we have things like healthcare savings plans, dollars put away. That's over $1 billion. Some things for Hennepin County, $9 billion in deferred comp for our employees who have elected to do that across the state of Minnesota. And there are other things. Minnesota College Savings Plan. The parents here have invested almost $2 billion in the Minnesota College Savings Plans. And that money, again, is invested by the State Board of Investment, that's a constitutional officers that sit on that, whose job is to invest that prudently. There are many other entities. Para defined contribution, 88 million, that's a small part of them. The unclassified state employees retirement plan, $359 million. And I can go, our volunteer firefighters, $152 million. I can go on and on and on. Our fire relief. St. Paul teachers, $414 million. Folks, those dollars are invested almost about 75% in equities in businesses. Almost 75% just in public and private equities. And you could almost argue a little higher if you're looking at some other funds. The equities of businesses are what gives us the investment returns so that we can have good and adequate public pensions for our employees. It's the equities. And I have to give the State Board credit. In the last year, again, this is a 23N year, they returned almost 20%. Incredible. Almost 20%. And over the last 20 years, the State Board, and this is all investments, has earned almost 6% over the rate of inflation. And again, it's because of what the State Board is doing, investing these dollars in private and public companies, folks, that we are able to provide pensions for a huge chunk of the people in Minnesota. Huge. That get a private or a public pension, government pension. I'm not even going to go into the pensions of everyone else, because it's the same situation. 401ks, IRAs, our union pensions, they are all invested in the market. And the market is businesses. It is our companies, private companies. They exist to make a profit. And how do you judge the value of an equity, a stock? How do you judge their value? Generally, right, it's a PE ratio. Profits, a profit ratio. Generally, that's what they are. That's the price of a stock. What do they earn? What profit do they make? If our companies didn't make any money, the stocks would be worthless, which means our pension funds would be worthless. Worthless. So we should not be beating up businesses, because if our businesses fail, we will fail. We'll fail as a company or a country, and our pension funds will fail as individuals. Businesses need to make a profit. Should they pay their fair share of taxes? Believe me, they more than do. And before I call for a roll call, I want to mention one other thing. We had, in the February forecast that came out, and again, this is dollars in February over and above the forecast in November. The biggest expansion of that changed it was the, where's my numbers? Anyway, it was corporate franchise tax. And somewhere, too much stuff, but somewhere, I can't remember the increase. It was double digit though. That's where we're actually seeing the biggest increase, is companies, our businesses. That's great. That's great news for people that have money in their pensions. That's great news for our employees. That's great news for parents that are saving money in college savings accounts. That's great news. So again, this, Madam Chair, this amendment requires that if the language publicizing our companies' tax returns, taking away their confidentiality, if that should happen to pass this legislature, we need it noted on every company how much of their profits, okay, is actually owned by the citizens of Minnesota through tax returns, through their stock ownership, whether it's the State Board investment or others. So again, I ask for a roll call and a green vote. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Can you just keep your hands? Like, that didn't look like 15 hands. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anderson. I just would ask for a red vote on this. It is true that our public pensions are invested in the stock market. Runaway corporate profits do marginally benefit some sympathetic causes like pensions. Also, but the lion's share of runaway corporate profits go to the very richest among us. They go to shareholders, they go to CEO pay. So, just mechanically, this is asking for information that's not on the M4. So the corporate disclosure bill just relies on information that's on the corporate income tax. And so, this would be asking to kind of make a calculation based on information from the SBI and information from the corporate income tax, but it diverges from the rest of the information that is disclosed under this bill, and I would ask members to vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard that magic word today, pensions, and I'm up on the floor. Boy, I just can't believe what I just heard, that CEOs maybe make too much money and that our public employees who have money deducted from each and every one of their paychecks and their employing entity that matches that for their comfortable retirement, for the work that they do around here, to invest in America, to invest in our own employees, and to invest in America is not a good thing. That's what I just took away from the last statement I heard. That somehow it's okay for corporations to pay and pay and pay and pay, but it's not okay for the people who put money into those entities to ride up with that. $130 billion, ladies and gentlemen. As my friend Representative Sosinski would say, that's a big number. That's a huge number. The fat cats, if you want to call them as such, are the pension plans across the country. They're called institutional investors. And institutional investors buy and hold for the long term. They provide stability in a marketplace. They provide predictability in an economy so that stocks don't whipsaw up and down. And the folks that we hire at the State Board of Investment to invest these are some of the most professional, brightest people I've ever met that do this stuff on behalf of the people who serve the people of the state of Minnesota. And when Representative Anderson just talked about, and the money in the unclassified plan, every one of you is in that unclassified plan. I really am sick and tired of demifying of the capitalist system that everyone in this room has benefited from, and that people are coming to this country in various ways to participate in the American dream. And yet, we're saying, not everybody's entitled to that. We're going to take away, and we don't really care what corporations are doing, we're just going to demify them. I have had this speech on the House floor in the past. If we're going to turn a blind eye and beat up these corporations, it will come home to roost. in our pension plans. We're very fortunate that our pension plans are much more solvent than other plans. And why? Because we can trust in the stability of what's going on. And if we have the brightest and the best that run our biggest corporations in this country and in the world, and we can hitch our wagon to that star, by all means, we should do that. It's legal, it's lawful, and everyone in this room, personally and professionally, is benefiting from this. And if you don't like what corporations are doing, then when you log into your finance site here in the state of Minnesota, you just figure out what that is, and you write a big old fat check and you give it to the state of Minnesota, and then everybody will be just fine. But if you don't want to do that, then stop demifying the people, the corporations, and the process that brings that to each and every one of us in this chamber. And each and every person who has a 401k or an IRA, public pension, private pension. I'm not sorry that I'm all worked up about this. This has been the backbone that has grown this nation and this world economy since World War II. And some of you in here have background and in finance, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. So the Anderson Amendment just says if we want to see what corporations are doing and who the big fat cats are, you can't pick which cat out of the litter you want. All the kittens are the same. Whether it's a pensions kitten or there's a corporate kitten, and I ain't kidding none of you. That was supposed to be a little bit funny, but apparently not. Right? We need to focus on this differently. Remember, every day people are getting into this country who want to live this American dream that some in here want to dial back. Members, I will proudly, if this is the game we're going to play, ask the state of Minnesota to explain and to share what percent of corporate America we are invested in for our employees and for every member here in the legislature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this is very interesting. This takes a different approach, obviously, to this disclosure language in the underlying bill. And I think it's really great. I really like this, actually. And I get that this amendment does diverge a little bit from the other information requested in the underlying bill language. But frankly, if we're gonna require this disclosure to satisfy our nosy curiosity, well, frankly, I've got a little nosy curiosity too, that I think that we should require some disclosure on. So I appreciate, Representative Anderson, that you brought this amendment forward. Because, you know, as Minnesotans, we are the beneficiaries of the corporations that serve us, right? We are the beneficiaries through good paying jobs with good benefits. We are the beneficiaries of our corporations in all of the taxes they pay that run the state of Minnesota, even when Democrats use it to run amok. We've got those corporate tax revenue to fund the state of Minnesota. These corporations make investments in our communities. These corporations do philanthropic work in the state of Minnesota. So I am really curious to know how Minnesotans who benefit from a pension fund managed by the State Board of Investment, I am very curious to know how they are benefiting very directly from our corporations and their corporate profits. Because it is significant. It is significant. And since all we're doing in the other underlying language is satisfying our curiosity, I think we should be curious about this too. I think we should be curious about how we are benefiting from these corporate profits. This is a great amendment. This is a great amendment because with the underlying bill language, all we're doing is gathering information to demonize business, because boy, Democrats love to demonize businesses. They love it. Heaven forbid they fulfill the purpose that they exist to fulfill. Because they do make money. They do. They make a profit. That's why they exist. But we very directly benefit from those profits. We very directly benefit from those profits. And it's not just the Minnesotans who work for those corporations. They benefit in a more direct way. But it's all of us. Every one of us benefits through the taxes they pay, through the investments they make in our communities, through the philanthropic work that they do, and through the benefit we receive by investing in those corporations. We literally, individually, and personally make money by investing in these corporations. So I have some nosy curiosity about that. I would love to know, I would love to quantify and know just how much. Just how much. So I think this is a great amendment. Let's know the percentage of a corporation's shares that are directly or indirectly owned by a pension fund managed by the State Board of Investment. Let's know that. Because I suspect it's a pretty good number. I suspect that the State Board of Investment is betting on our corporations. I suspect that the State Board of Investment knows that Minnesota businesses are worth investing in because they will benefit from that. They know that it is worth betting on these Minnesota companies that serve our communities in so many different ways, that benefit our communities financially in so many different ways. And this is just one of them. Let's do this. Let's add this requirement in this disclosure so that we can know just another way that we are benefiting very directly from having these good businesses in our state. Thank you, Representative Anderson.
Further discussion to the Anderson amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone, for your comments. I was just looking quick at the some of the things that we do with our biggest investments at State Board of Investment. It looks like they put a huge chunk into the Russell 3000. The Russell 3000 is essentially the 3,000 biggest companies in the stock exchange. I would guess that probably all of them currently do business in Minnesota in one form or another. And the PE ratio as of, I think it was yesterday, again, this is the price to earnings. So the price of the stock, which is the value of the stock, okay, to earnings. What were their earnings? So the price to earnings ratio is about a little over 33. That's high too, by the way, folks. So, but it's 33. So for people that may think that earnings should be lower on companies, let's say you cut it in half, right? That means that the price of that stock will probably drop in half, which will mean that the stock market will drop in half. Your pensions will drop in half, your 401ks will drop in half. The cash we have that's invested here at the State Board, that will drop in half. And you know what will happen? We'll have a huge depression, not just a recession, folks. If you have a 50% drop in the stock market, you're going to have a depression. That's what happens. So I think this is a fantastic amendment, and it's good for another reason. Maybe there are too many people who don't understand how the free market works, right? And how an open economy works. Maybe it would be good to give folks a little more education on capitalism, the thing that has brought the majority of the world, taken it out of poverty. Capitalism is what has worked over the last 80 years. And it's been a fantastic thing. So again, I ask members, please vote green on the amendment.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Keeler. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, aye. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no. Walgamot.
Wolgamott, no.
Walgamot, no. Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Keeler.
Go. One more time.
Okay, Keeler, no.
Keeler, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Is she changing from yes to no? She voted no the first time. Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Davids moves to amend House Law number 5247, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A34.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. What this amendment does, well, what's in this bill, there's a narrative that we need to find out how much the tax base is being eroded. Minnesota, it's argued, is losing corporate tax revenue and must adopt new ways to capture that lost revenue. And members, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. I'd like a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This provision will not be accepted by the Senate, so just vote yes to get rid of it now, and we'll save everybody a lot of time. And I broke a rule. You can't talk about the Senate, can you? I apologize to the body. I shouldn't have said that this is dead in the Senate. I apologize.
To the member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Davids. I would urge a red vote on this. It's just a study. Fact of the matter is that over time, as corporate profits have gone up as a percentage of GDP, corporate tax protections have not, or corporate tax collections have not gone up in a commensurate way. We'd like to know why. It's just a study to get us some more information. Please vote red.
Discussion to the Davids amendment. Representative Davids. The clerk will, roll call has been requested. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Keel.
Keel, yes.
Keel, aye. Keeler.
Keeler, no.
Keeler, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, no.
Wogebot, no.
Is Brand off the board for a reason? No. Just go with him. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
IGO moves to amend House File Number 5247, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A18.
I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I might actually have the smallest and most brief amendment of the afternoon. In fact, it's only going to be deleting 6 words and adding 3, so it should be a pretty easy one. Members, our words matter when we're writing legislation, and it's critically important that as we're writing those words, we think about the implications that they're going to have, not only right now, but to the future that we are leaving for the state as we legislate down here. So this amendment would, just like I said, delete 6 words and add 3 to give oversight to the IRRR for some provisions inside this bill that would allow for us to have a lot more transparency and good work to be done so we can do things the right way. So I would encourage a green vote, and I would also request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Listlegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment that is currently being offered would change the current law that currently the board is advisory, and this would make it where they would have final approval. So I would ask people to vote no.
Discussion to the amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, that's really disappointing to hear. In fact, the amendment's not going to do that. The amendment is actually going to make sure that the IRRR and its board can do the job that they are constitutionally supposed to do. The provisions that I'm trying to change inside this bill were worked on and were not an initiative of the IRRR. That is something that's really important for this body to understand as we work on legislation down here. We usually work with the state agencies that we will be affecting. This legislation that I'm looking to change was not worked on with the IRRR. So we need to change that. The IRRR does a lot of good work to work on agency projects, working with communities to do a full vet of the process. This amendment would be putting language in so the agency would be able to fully vet projects that are inside this tax bill. Projects that haven't gone through the due diligence yet to find out if the dollars that will be appropriated inside this bill will either fulfill their need, be too much for their need, or not be enough for their need. Because of that, this needs to go through the process in a very constructive way. If it does not, we're going to see dollars go out the door that may not fulfill what is intended in this legislation. The IRRR is probably the best state agency we have in the state with some of the best staff members who do incredibly good work, working with our communities, building partnerships so that our region, the Iron Range, can remain strong for generations to come. They do work to make sure we can develop our economy, not just for mining and logging, but things outside of that, bringing good jobs to our area so we can sustain families for generations. The way the language in this bill is presented not only bypasses the agency and the good work that they do, but it bypasses the board, which is elected members of this legislature who serve on that board to help vet the projects to make sure that we do things the right way. Drafting legislation that purposely is bypassing a state agency and bypassing elected officials is frankly disturbing and wrong. I'm incredibly disappointed that we wouldn't accept an amendment that is seeking to delete 6 words and add 3. If we cannot make the changes in this bill that are necessary to make sure that the agency can do its work and that the board can be involved in this process and work to make sure that these projects go out the door in the right way, it is a bad piece of legislation that needs even more fixes at hand. Please vote green, accept this amendment, have oversight, make sure we do the right thing, and we don't bypass state agencies and procedures.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Keel.
Go ahead. You can go ahead and vote yes.
Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Keeler.
Keeler, no.
Keeler, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, no.
Wolgamott, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend House File Number 5247, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A30.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My bill is, my bill is very simple, and or my amendment to the bill is very simple, and it just addresses a situation where I've seen. If you've been watching the news, you can see that the Hennepin County Attorney's Office has just signed a contract for a Washington, D.C. law firm to prosecute a case against a trooper that has been recorded by 3 different body cameras with surround sound and 3 squad cameras. Now, looking at the contract that was just published, I assume that these are reliable sources. They list the hourly rate for the billing on this at $850 an hour for the attorneys assigned to this case, $250 an hour for the paras assigned to the case. So at $850 an hour, if I run that out on an average year of 2080, the old 2080 year as a base, the average work year, that's $1,768,000 a year we're paying for one of these attorneys, the hired gun attorneys, to come from DC to make a decision on an incident that is recorded. We're talking about 2 or 3 seconds of video that they have to analyze and come up with a decision, because the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, which, as we've seen in the last 4 or 5 years, has handled some very complex cases, but they can't handle a case that is videotaped and the facts of the case they're not disputed. It's just applying the law to the case. So, borrowing from what the tax chair has said in the past, I think it was on last year's Social Security exemption that we were trying to get for all levels of Social Security income. I believe the tax chair she said, if you're at the top tax bracket of Social Security money earnings, you don't need that tax break. Yep. If Hennepin County, who has they've already got an attorney's office under the current attorney, Mary Moriarty, it's a 500-person staff, and their operating budget is $69 million a year for the current Hennepin County Attorney's Office budget. And to prosecute one case that they've been working on for 5 or 6 months already, they've interviewed multiple use of force experts that haven't told them what they want to hear. So now we're going to bring in these hired guns from Washington, D.C. at $850 an hour. So on the theory that if you've got that kind of money to spend, you don't need LDF. So my amendment to the bill would pull back the money that they're spending on these hired guns to come from Washington, D.C., because the use of force experts that they've already talked to, the attorneys that they've already had working for Mary Moriarty that have been involved in several complex, high-profile cases in the last 5 years can't come up with what they want. You know, if you really want to get something done, if you've got a job you want to do, you have to have the right tools, and you have to apply the right tools to the right job. It gets really hard to do a home improvement project. It gets really hard to do anything when you're trying to apply the wrong tools to the wrong job. In this case, when you're trying to apply the wrong laws to the situation, or you want a result that doesn't fit the facts, then you have to get some really expensive tools. I can't imagine at $850 an hour that we're going to pay for these hired gun attorneys to come out and represent and do the job that we're already paying Mary Moriarty to do. I'm sorry, I'm not a Hennepin County taxpayer. I'll retract that. The taxpayers of Hennepin County that are already paying a substantial amount of money, $69 million for the budget already. Can you guys think of any high-profile, very complex cases that the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office has prosecuted lately under the leadership of Mary Moriarty? Well, Becker County's going to have some too, yeah. So my bill, under the guidance of if you need it, you should get it, but if you don't need it, you shouldn't get it, that we apply to people at the highest tax bracket for Social Security earnings. That's my amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Gomez moves to amend the Novotny amendment to House File Number 5247, the second engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A43.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Novotny. So the secondary, the A43 to the A30, just changes the amendment so that we're not politicizing county program aid. It's something that we just usually don't do. We don't, from the state level, dictate to counties how they use their aid, and so we're not going to do that in this case either. And so I would ask for a green vote on the A43 to the A30. The county program aid goes to every single county, all 87 across the state of Minnesota. It's a general purpose aid. Counties use it for what they need it for, and that's not our decision. That's the decision of the governing bodies of those counties that receive the aid and the people who elect them. So thank you, Madam Speaker. Please vote green.
Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I would suggest voting against this amendment. County aid is given to all 87 counties in the state is correct. The difference is Hennepin County receives much more than most other counties, vastly more. But we have a county attorney, Mary Art, that's abusing her position.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Rule 124, paragraph 3, paragraph 1, avoiding personalities. He is mentioning names of elected officials, and that is against our rules.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Point of order, and I'm going to read to you right now, Section 124 of Masons that has been misquoted for, a long time. Subsection 2, a member in referring to another member should avoid using the member's name, rather identifying that member by district, by seat, as the member who last spoke, or by describing the member in some other respectful manner. In order for 124 to matter, they've got to be a member of the House. Mary Moriarty is the Hennepin County Attorney. This is designed to protect members here in the House. And when we walk over this to the hallway to that other body, it's for them to protect members in there. It says member very clearly here. So we don't need to pop out of our seat to say, well, we can't impugn the motives of the person whose name you don't want to say. You have to be a member. Now, she's an elected individual to be sure, but not here. So saying the name Mary Moriarty doesn't get you protection under Mason's 124 unless she were to be a member here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose do you rise?
point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker, is it in order to rise to a point of order while another point of order is pending? I believe that there was a point of order that had not been disposed of before the other member rose.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Niska, before I recognize you, I do just want to acknowledge that because I was not going to rule, I was just going to remind the body to not bring in personalities, that Representative Nash was in order by standing to state his point as well. So thank you for the reminder of the orders of business here, but if we could all just refrain from impugning motives of others, and I know that we've created a lot of leeway in allowing people to mention other people's names. That technically does not violate the rules, but that we should, regardless of if they're a member of the body or that, impugning other people's motives is prohibited by this body. So I'm going to go to Representative Niska, and he has the floor now. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You anticipated my point of parliamentary inquiry that it is proper to provide advice on a point of order. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Nash, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Is saying the name of another elected official in the state of Minnesota that is not represented in this body, is that impugning motives?
What I can say is that Mason's Manual 124, and if I could recall correctly, that was the point that Representative Long was making. It states in paragraph 1, in a debate, members must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. Paragraph 3 states, it is not the person but the measure that is the subject of debate, and it is not allowable to arraign the motives of members, but the nature of the consequence of a measure may be condemned in strong terms.
Madam Speaker, further point of inquiry?
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You went from 1 to 3, and I wanted to focus on subsection 2, a member, in referring to another member, should avoid using the member's name rather than identifying that member by district. She has no district. She has no seat. She has none of those things here in our body. So because we're going to have debate around this, I want to get a ruling from the Speaker that indeed the Hennepin County Attorney does not have any standing in this chamber. She cannot cast a vote on our board, and therefore the privileges and protections of 124, including paragraph 2, do not apply to that individual.
Representative Nash, I actually did not rule on the point of order. I just tried to remind the body to be nice to each other. And so I have not made a ruling on this, but I will ask for advice. Representative Long.
Point of parliamentary
Madam
inquiry,
Speaker,
Madam
I
Speaker.
still have the floor.
Representative Nash, I was going to ask for advice as you had asked me to, but please, Representative
Madam
Nash,
Speaker,
at the
I
floor.
would just remind the body that I am a cuddly individual trying to stay within the confines of the documents that we have that govern our time here together, because process and rules matter. And when we stand to a point of order to quote something out of Mason's, in this case, 124 clearly does say a member. Subsequently, logically, linguistically, we have to view that at face value, that a member is a member of this body, and that is what I'm asking for a ruling on from you, is the word member in 124 subsection 2, is that referring to either a House of Representatives member or a senator, if you would?
Advice?
Point of
Representative Long.
parliamentary inquiry,
Madam Speaker, advice.
Representative Long, state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker, when I rose to a point of order, I rose to it under Section 124, Paragraph 1, did I not?
Yes, you did, Representative Long.
And further point of parliamentary inquiry?
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Under Section 124, Paragraph 1, which is a separate paragraph entirely from Paragraph 2, it says, in debate, a member must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. And it is our custom and usage that personalities includes naming elected officials by name in this body. Isn't that not correct?
That is correct. I'm going to recognize Representative Johnson as he has been standing to be asked to be recognized to give me advice. So Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, as you read the Subdivision 1 and Subdivision 3, right in Subdivision 3, it stated members. County Attorney Moriarty is not a member of this body. That rule does not apply to her. No.
Representative Johnson, are you finished with your advice to the body or to the speaker?
Yes, ready to continue with what I was doing before.
Are you rising to be recognized, Representative Nash?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As an ancillary question to your ruling, I would ask if you could further clarify how it is that using a person's name has any process of impugning anything. I mean, I can say the name Jim Nash, and you may have sudden and visceral thoughts at the utterance of that name. However, I do not know how by saying a person's name is impugning anything, except maybe, maybe you should pick up the phone and call my parents and say, well, let's talk about your kid. But there is no impugning my name if someone were to use it in debate. And by uttering the name of the current office holder of the Hennepin County Attorney, I am asking for how does that specifically impugn any motive of anyone, anywhere here today?
Representative Nash and members, I will not be taking any more advice. I've taken all of the advice that I need. What I would like to do is just remind the body, Representative Schultz, I'm not taking any more advice. What I'd like to remind the body is that Representative Long stood, and what he pointed out was Mason's Manual, Section 121, which is a member who resorts to, 124, which is in a debate, a member must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. He did not mention impugning motives. I might have brought that in my response, but he did not actually bring up that piece of the Mason's Manual, but I will also acknowledge, Representative Nash, that you are correct, that in order in a debate to refer to the executive or an executive's opinion with either approval or criticism when such references are relevant to the subject under discussion and it was relevant to the discussion, Representative Nash. So what I'm doing is I'm not going to rule on the point of order, but I will ask that everyone read your Masons, please, and try to walk that line of which when it is relevant to use names and executives, that is, and other elected officials, but to not impugn their motives, because still we do not want to impugn others' motives, but also to remember that we must confine our remarks to the questions before the House and avoid personalities. I'm going to yield the floor back to Representative Johnson, who has been waiting very patiently to finish his remarks. Representative Johnson, you have the floor.
Madam Speaker, members, as we continue. Now, we have 87 county attorneys across this state. All 87 of them do work together. In my career in law enforcement, there was many times a situation came up where the county attorney would have another county attorney prosecute a case. They didn't go to outside agencies, private agencies in other states, private agencies across the country to do a prosecution. Hennepin County Attorney Moriarty has 140 attorneys in her office. Guess what? It appears that every single one of them refused to take this case. There's a reason. And I'm also hearing some scuttlebutt that the D.C. office is now actually backing out. We've seen some strange things going on in that office. Maybe it's time for an audit of it. Now, this amendment to the amendment totally strips the purpose of the amendment. No need for that. Because where there's issues is in Hennepin County, in that county attorney's office, Mary Moriarty's office. There's been an attack on law enforcement by this body, by the other side of the aisle, for a number of years. We even have it again this year. That thin blue line is the difference between civility and chaos, between law and order and anarchy. I applaud our law enforcement officers who do the job. They're in a tough position, especially now. Every single thing they do is under scrutiny. They go out and do the job for us, protect the citizens of this country, of this state. And they have, if they do, they're scrutinized so bad, they can do absolutely nothing wrong and have their whole total lives, their families, and everything destroyed in a matter of seconds. They don't have a bunch of years to look at what they did, to criticize it, critique it. They have to make a decision within a fraction of a second. It's the difference between life and death. There's a reason that County Attorney Moriarty cannot find attorneys willing to prosecute this case. But $850 an hour from a D.C. office, not even an attorney from the state of Minnesota to prosecute? The funds would go, in the original amendment, would go to the, if I remember correctly, would go to the Attorney General's office, who, oh, by the way, has the authority to prosecute on these cases. Members, vote against this amendment to the amendment. It is not needed.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is this amendment to the amendment. First of all, the underlying amendment is a really good idea. The amendment to the amendment is a horrible idea, and the reason is that when we give state money, we need to be able to hold counties accountable for really outrageous behavior. I mean, this and it's we have to be very, very clear about what's going on. 86 counties in Minnesota don't deserve this kind of oversight and accountability. One county attorney's office, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, overseen by Mary Moriarty, is the only county attorney's office that justifies this type of response by us as a legislature to oversee what's going on. And we have to be very, very clear about what's going on. This is an extraordinary situation that requires an extraordinary response by us, by the state of Minnesota. And we could get into the merits of the Londegren prosecution. We don't need to get into all the details, but it is clear that this is a meritless prosecution. It should be clear to every Minnesotan by now. It seems like it's clear to almost every Minnesotan, with possibly one exception, that this is a meritless prosecution. This is a prosecution that should have been over. It should not cost the people of Hennepin County, or the people of Minnesota helping to fund the people of Hennepin County, $1 million of potential additional cost. But apparently it is. And that's just on the merits of the prosecution itself. But we should also be extremely concerned about the need of the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, or the decision by the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, the decision of the Hennepin County Attorney, Mary Moriarty, to hire an outside law firm. And not just any outside law firm, not a law firm that is helping out on a pro bono basis or even a discounted basis. As a private practice attorney, I understand. You need to understand, there are times when law firms like this will take on cases on a pro bono basis or on a discounted basis. But what we've learned today is we learned details about the engagement. And I want to help everyone understand exactly what it means, the details that came out today. What came out today is that there is an $850 an hour blended rate for all attorneys. What that means is in a law firm like Steptoe & Johnson, typically their partners are billing over $1,000 an hour, and their associates who come out of law school, who are, if they, the similar attorneys might be making, in the $80,000 range at the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. The associates coming in at Steptoe & Johnson, first-year associates, are making over $250,000 a year, because Steptoe & Johnson is able to charge big companies rates like this, $700, $800, $900, over $1,000 an hour for the partners. So when Steptoe & Johnson is agreeing to charge a blended rate of $850 an hour, that means they're going to have some attorneys whose normal billing rate is well over that, and some attorneys whose billing rate might be a little bit under that. And Steptoe & Johnson is agreeing that all of them are going to be billed at $850 an hour. Well, Steptoe & Johnson is such a big firm that they're such a big firm that, in fact, the profits per equity partner at Steptoe & Johnson is public information, and it's $1.7 million. That's how much an equity partner at Steptoe & Johnson, it's a partnership, that's how much the average profits are that flow to the equity partners at Steptoe & Johnson. This is the state of Minnesota and Hennepin County funding the partners, those profits at Steptoe & Johnson of $1.7 million. So what does $850 an hour mean in the real world? Again, thinking about this, compare this to the line attorneys, the senior attorneys at the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, who apparently have decided that they can't ethically participate in the Ryan Londegren prosecution. I certainly would understand that. I would probably be making the same decision if I were an employee at the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. None of them are making $1.7 million a year. None of them are making $250,000 a year, which is what the junior associates at Steptoe & Johnson are making. But a firm like this, I practiced at a similar peer firm to Steptoe & Johnson early in my career. The typical expectation is that lawyers there are billing somewhere around 2,000 hours a year. So $850 an hour at a blended rate, as a blended rate for people who are billing about 2,000 hours a year.
Turns out that's also $1.7 million. So that's the type of pay rate that the Hennepin County Attorney's Office is paying to Steptoe and Johnson, to the lawyers at Steptoe and Johnson, to prosecute this case, compared to what they would be able to pay when we're talking about the public servants in the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, who apparently none of them are willing to take on the Ryan Londegren prosecution. So that's what's going on, folks. This is an extraordinary situation that's happening in the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. So I certainly agree, Representative Gomez, that as a general rule, we should not be politicizing things like this. We should not be dictating from a state level to the other 86 counties what they should be doing. But extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures, and that's what the Novotny amendment is. The Gomez amendment to the amendment really guts that and undercuts that in a way that we should not be agreeing to in this context. So I urge members to vote against the amendment to the amendment.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I was not going to talk about this today, but the Moriarty mess we have is she's completely mishandled, made a complete mess of this case. I've talked to county attorneys, and you put your resources to the most important cases in your high-profile cases, and I would believe that this would rise to that occasion. You would never see a county attorney, especially in the largest county, going outside. Why isn't she not referred to the AG's office? Why isn't she then referring it to the AG's office if he has, upon receiving it, he declares or finds a conflict of counsel, he could appoint a retired or independent prosecutor to take it on. It's been, they've had an agreement before between the county attorneys. Why isn't Mary Moriarty asked that she needs assistance within Minnesota and ask another county attorney, maybe from a larger county like Ramsey County? The proper way to do this is to take it to a grand jury and let them determine if the force was necessary. I don't believe, especially in taxes, that the state of Minnesota wants to be putting their tax dollars into Mary Moriarty's mess. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of talk about the Hennepin County Attorney, and I don't know how we got here. I'm not going to lie, but I did want to just rise for a second and thank the Hennepin County Attorney and her office for her continued diligent focus on investigating the deadly mass shooting that took place in Minneapolis last year that took the life of August Golden and wounded 6 other people. That was 9 months ago. His act that was targeted specifically against queer people that took place at a queer punk show in our cities. And it has hung over our community for a very long time. It's a terrible situation. There will be no good that comes from it, but I just want August and his loved ones to know that we are thinking about them. And thanks again to Mary Moriarty, is how you pronounce her name, for her work on this.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Novotny, for the fact that the underlying amendment is actually very narrow. It's very narrow. And while some folks are saying that the Gomez amendment guts it, I mean, it does in the fact that it gives discretion to the department to decide if they're actually going to offset the aid. Actually, I look at the amendment to the amendment, and I think it makes it much, much more broad. You don't, the Representative Novotny amendment does not claw back any additional money from Mary Moriarty and her office other than the money she is spending directly related to the state trooper Ryan Londrigan case. That's the only money that we are saying is not appropriate for the Hennepin County Attorney's Office to spend. And frankly, we've seen this over and over and over again, right? The Hennepin County Attorney has chosen to prosecute the wrong people over and over and over again. That's what we see. Mary Moriarty has chosen to prosecute a state trooper for doing his job when, frankly, no reputable attorney will actually take on this case in the state of Minnesota because they know it is so problematic. Nobody will take this case. Nobody wants to prosecute Officer Londrigan because he was doing his job and doing it properly. So no one will prosecute it. And yet, Mary Moriarty is going to spend taxpayer money to bring in attorneys from Washington, D.C., to put on a show in the state of Minnesota and persecute State Trooper Londrigan. You said that correctly, Representative Niska. And I don't think, and we don't think, and I guarantee our constituents do not think that the state of Minnesota should appropriately be paying for this charade. We should not be paying for this charade, for the persecution of a state trooper who was doing his job when no other attorney will take the case. Guess what? If they had a case, they'd take it. If they had a case, Mary Moriarty would be prosecuting this case. But she's not, nor is anyone in her office. It's a farce. It is a farce that the taxpayers of Minnesota are on the hook for. That's what's happening here. So the Novotny underlying amendment is very narrow, saying that we, as taxpayers of the state of Minnesota, are not going to be on the hook for this charade. That's all the Novotny amendment does. It does not pull back any other funding from the county attorney's office. It does not pull back any other aid that Hennepin County is getting. The Gomez amendment to the amendment makes this much more broad. Every county attorney in the entire state of Minnesota, if they engage another attorney, is now going to lose their aid for any case. So this amendment to the amendment is actually additionally punitive to Mary Moriarty's office. Not just every other county, it expands it for Hennepin County as well. Is that really what you want to do? I don't think that's what you want to do. I don't think that was your intention. Perhaps rather than the state of Minnesota paying for the persecution of a state trooper doing his job, perhaps Mary Moriarty could choose to prosecute actual criminals instead. Perhaps she could choose to prosecute criminals committing violent crime with firearms. Wouldn't that be fun? What a concept. We're not asking for the money to be rolled back for anything else. This is it. This is it. The taxpayers of Minnesota should not be on the hook for Mary Moriarty bringing in a high-buck law firm from Washington, D.C. to persecute a state trooper. This is wrong. Vote no on the amendment to the amendment and support Novotny's amendment.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask for a roll call on this question.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to take this back to the comments that were offered in the presentation of this A43 amendment to the Novotny amendment. There were a couple of things that Chair Gomez suggested about the question that we're considering that I think bear further examination. The first was the suggestion that this side of the aisle is initiating the politicization of this situation. That this, the Novotny Amendment, this is the moment where politics entered into this question. Right here, he did it. That's an interesting suggestion. The other thing that I wanted to address is this notion that suddenly we've discovered legislative restraint. Suddenly, it's none of our business what happens outside these walls. It's funny, the only two entities, because we've been discussing, I've been listening to the debate all day, and the consistent theme is through our tax policy, we need to get our camel's nose underneath everybody's tent to the maximum extent possible. We're up in everybody's business. If they're a private business, if they're a small business, if they're a large business, if they're a corporation. But the only two entities that seem to be immune from that level of scrutiny seem to be the city of Minneapolis and Hennepin County. Then all of a sudden the tone switches. Well, you know, we need to pull back. We need to make sure we don't go too far, veer out of our lane. But this is absolutely our business. It's especially our business when we're talking about municipalities. We had a conversation earlier where there was an interesting back and forth between Chair Gomez and Representative Schultz, as I recall, about the nature of corporations and whether or not a corporation is a creature of the state. Believe it or not, I actually tend to agree more with Chair Gomez on that corporations are more of a creature of the state. And Schultz, we can have a great conversation about that sometime offline. But certainly, there's no question as to whether or not municipalities are. Our municipalities are subsidiaries of the state. They exist because we say they do. They're governed by the statutes that we pass. And another thing that's clearly within our domain is what we do with the tax dollars that we appropriate. Suddenly it's none of our business how it gets spent. Well, that explains a lot regarding how we've been doling it out to everybody under the sun without accountability. But in this case, the politicization of this moment clearly started in the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. And to appropriate a saying, say her name, Mary Moriarty. She's the one who has politicized this situation, as evidenced by the fact that we even have to have this conversation. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if her handling of this case was taking place through traditional or conventional means. Not only does she have to go outside her office to find somebody who's willing to subordinate themselves, to humiliate themselves by continuing to pursue this ridiculous prosecution, she had to crawl to the edge of the continent to find somebody willing to do it. She couldn't find someone between here and DC to take the case on. Similar to how, when she was looking for a use of force expert, she had to crawl all the way to the other side of the continent, to California. Funny thing was, that didn't work out for her. Brought the guy in, he looked at the situation, he said, you know, there's not really anything here for me to point to and highlight for you in the way you'd like, so she got rid of him. And the only explanation for that is politics. Politics was injected in this situation long before Paul Novotny got to it. $1.7 million a year. 1.9 per attorney by the math done by Representative Niska. I'd say we have a right as stewards of the taxpayers' money to determine whether or not that's an appropriate expense. Vote no on the A43 amendment to the amendment.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Gomez, I give you my commitment that if the Watawan or Kitson County attorney wants to take and write a contract with someone from Washington, D.C. for a firm to come out and review a case where the facts aren't in dispute. I was looking at the contract while I had time because I'm doing research at the direction of Representative Herr, who wants me to do research on things. So I did the research and I was looking. It's the contract covers not only the $800 an hour, $850 an hour for the attorneys, it also covers airfare and meals and lodging. Now, I'm old enough to remember when we used to refer to things as the Cadillac plan. And Representative Garofalo's not in the chamber. I would ask him what the most expensive Tesla is. What is it, the Cybertruck? Yeah. So I get a feeling they're going to go with the Cybertruck plan. And they won't be sitting in business class when they're flying back and forth. And they're not going to be staying at the Super 8. So my commitment to you, Representative Gomez, is if the Watawan County Attorney's Office uses their money to do this, then I'll do the same bill for them, or Kitson County, you name it. I also saw in the contract, it's got a $750,000 mark, but the $750,000 mark is when they have to tell them it's going to cost more. That's, we don't even have to tell you, hey, your credit cards, you're going to have to swipe again. So if they feel that they've got that kind of money to spend, tying up their resources, their tax money, they can do it. Obviously, the Hennepin County Commissioner signed off on this. If that's how they want to spend their money, they can. The rest of Minnesota shouldn't have to pay for that. Thank you, Madam.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the discussion. Please vote green on the amendment to the amendment.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll votes aye.
Carroll votes aye. Keel. Keeler.
Keeler, yes.
Keeler, aye. Cagle.
Go ahead, Keiko.
Cagle.
One more, do it again.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Tabke.
Tabke, aye.
Tabke, aye. Wogamont.
Wogamont, no.
Wogamont, no. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 66 yeas and 62 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the underlying amendment, Representative Novotny.
Madam Speaker, we've now gutted the amendment that I have, and with this amendment, for the sake of Mary Moriarty of the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, the other 86 county attorneys who do their job the right way, who, if they need help, will phone a friend, not a hired gun or an expensive hired gun. If something unfortunately happens in a county that doesn't have the resources, they'll do the responsible thing, and that's what we're here for. This is taxes. We want your tax money to be spent responsibly. At least I thought that's what we're here for, responsible spending this money. I know how it hurt to write that check out 2 weeks ago and drop it in the mail. Property taxes is coming. That's a lot of money. I suspect the people of Hennepin County feel the same sticker shock when they drop that check in the mail for the property taxes. Stand up for them. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to use the state resources that's also involved in this investigation wisely. I mean, we're paying for the judges, we're paying for the clerical staff as a state, so we've got skin in the game. But I guess we're not worried about that on that side of the aisle. With that, I'll withdraw the motion.
Representative Novotny withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Robbins moves to amend House File Number 5247, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A36.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a simple but important amendment that I hope will get bipartisan support. We have been trying since last year to try to provide some tax relief for charities, but particularly for veterans charities. Currently, of the lawful expenses for the gambling proceeds, they are not allowed to use that money for improving their physical property. This amendment is largely following a bill that Representative Listlegard introduced, HF 4086, and it would allow them to use 50% of their gambling proceeds, net proceeds, for this expansion of what's lawful expenditure, and it would include improving their physical plant. I have a VFW and an American Legion in my district that are really run down, needing to be able to use their own money that they've gotten through their charitable gaming operations to be able to improve their physical plant, make it more accessible, make it more secure, but also just make it more inviting. These are community centers, and we want to keep them vibrant in our communities. They do a lot for our communities. So I encourage support for this, and I hope it's bipartisan. I know that this similar language is moving in the sports betting bill, and that's why people say don't support it. But members, I think we all know that that's probably not going to happen this year, and so this is our chance today to help our veterans charities. Thank you, members.
I recognize
I'm sorry, I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Robbins, and thank you for working with Chair Listlegard on this amendment. I know that Chair Cleavorn, because this has a lot of intersection with state government, Chair Stevenson and Chair Listlegard have been working kind of to change and refine the language a little bit to put it in the sports betting bill. So this is a slightly different set of language, but the language that Chair Listlegard and Chair Stevenson ended up putting in in the sports gambling bill, just they did it in consultation with Christy Janigo and maybe some other stakeholders. And so I will consider this a friendly amendment, and I'm going to ask my members to vote to support it. But I just wanted to just communicate to you, Representative Robbins, that as I bring it into conference, I will probably try to be aligning it with that language that ended up in the sports gambling bill, just because it's been sort of worked on a lot from a sort of policy perspective and also with stakeholders. So that's my intention, but I'd ask members to vote green. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Gomez. I greatly appreciate it, and I appreciate the support. I appreciate all the work that Chair Listlegard and Chair Cleavorn have been working on it as well. I hope to be included in those conversations. And members, please, I hope to ask you to not let this die in conference. Please vote green right now, and let's keep working. Thank you.
Representative Robbins, would you still like the
I withdraw the roll call. Thank you.
Representative Robbins withdraws the roll call. Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a roll call.
Representative Hollins requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, I. Keel. Keeler.
Keeler, aye.
Keeler, I. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, I. Tabke.
Tabke, aye.
Tabke, I. Wogamont.
Wogamont, aye.
Wogamont, I. Keel.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 126 yeas and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 5247, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A13.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. The A13 amendment, I hope we can just continue this role, Madam Chair, with accepting Republican amendments. This one is primarily really focused on property taxes. And each and every one of our districts, we have veteran organizations who have maybe a dance hall or a wedding reception place or a building that they're potentially generating some revenue from. Oftentimes, it's viewed by the public and those around as kind of a community center, a community room. And believe it or not, a lot of those organizations, because they are accepting a little bit of money in return for the use of those spaces, are considered commercial property. And so under the state's current law, those organizations, because of the way that makeup works for them, they are paying property taxes on those particular properties. And what this bill does is essentially allow those organizations to have a little bit of the pressure taken off of them so they're not paying property taxes. With the higher cost of energy, the higher cost to air condition and heat their buildings that often are intermittent use, this bill just simply is asking that we give a little bit of relief to these organizations to give them the chance to continue to serve their communities with the spaces that they provide. And I would ask just for your oral support. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Swazinski. I'm sorry to disappoint. So, you know, as you said, these are worthy organizations. They're doing good work in our communities. They are, to your point, also, though, doing some generating revenue. And so, you know, for that reason, they're not nonprofit organizations or other types of organizations that have tax-exempt status. And so, you know, we can continue to talk about how to support these organizations, but I just would want to do so in a way that doesn't shift, you know, tax burden onto other kinds of properties. And so I would ask members to vote no on the Swazinski amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion on the Swazinski amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I thought we could go for a twofer, Chair Gomez. But, you know, I think, you know, one of the things that we can be looking at is really, you know, if you look at the whole sector of what we've been dealing with, when we've got e-pull tabs being really pulled off the market and the dynamic change that's happened to them, while they still exist, e-pull tabs still exist. They're not being eliminated from these organizations, but they are drastically being changed in the way that they're presented to the public. And that public does like the way they are. They enjoy it. That's why we've seen such an uptick in their use. And that's why there's been such shock and awe through veterans organizations, through our local sports groups in our communities. They've been just concerned with the lack of revenue. And it's not just the revenue from gambling that they're concerned about. It's the loss of folks coming into their doors, sitting down, having a cup of coffee, playing some e-pull tabs, that are now being stripped away from them. This is a changing dynamic. These organizations are already struggling with membership. They've been attacked by this legislature in the way that they've grown to do business so they could pay for a stadium that initially wasn't working until they changed the game so it was. And now the rug's being pulled out from underneath them. Folks, this is just a little bit of relief that could potentially actually happen. Sports betting isn't. This can. I ask my DFL colleagues to just break from leadership, give this a chance. I would ask for 15 hands and a roll call, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Keeler.
Keeler, no.
Keeler, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no. Wagamon.
Walgamot, aye.
Wagamon, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 yeas and 64 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Olson B. moves to amend House File Number 5427, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A22.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Martin, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In 2008, the state of Minnesota decided that they would honor the sacrifice of disabled veterans in the state by providing a homestead value exclusion to their property taxes. So that was in 2008, members. And since then, we have not touched that property tax value exclusion. Now, I know those of you who kind of follow property taxes, you have seen that house values have substantially increased over the last 16 years. This exclusion has not kept up with the increase in the cost of houses and the values that they have. Now, members, I want to make sure that you understand that this amendment is just going to increase that exemption a little bit. It's not outrageous. We're not exempting property taxes for million-dollar homes. We're excluding a value that is significant to many, but there is a cap on it. So this isn't just an open invitation. But I want to also point out that in order to qualify for this exclusion, you must be at least 70% disabled according to the VA's standards. Now, to give you an idea, 70%, that's a significant disability. That is a significant injury that has been sustained in service to our country. So I can tell you a story of an individual who in 2006 and 2007 was in Iraq, and he was a gunner on a cupola of an RG-31, one of the big gun trucks. And after 428 missions, they were driving, and he was up there with his .50 caliber, and his buddy saw out the window a tripwire. And that wire was attached to a rocket launcher that was placed in an alleyway. And had that individual not recognized that tripwire and grabbed that individual and ripped him back into the truck as the rocket blew away the armored cupola, that individual would not be here today. Instead, that individual woke up in Germany was brought back to the United States, had years of recovery, and to this day, almost 20 years later, that individual is still mentally in Iraq. Every day, that incident is with him. That individual is 90% disabled. Now, to give you an idea of the cost of living increases that the United States has provided to individuals with disabilities, last year to this year, if you had a 10% disability rating, you received a cost of living adjustment of $6. $6. If you were 70% disabled from 2023 to 2024 with no dependents, you saw an increase of $37. A 70% disabled individual, 70% disabled veteran who is sacrificed for our nation receives a $1 extra dollar, $37 cost of living adjustment. If you are 100% disabled, that is a very significant disability, members. That individual receives a cost of living adjustment of $139.37. Members, we've seen our property taxes increase exponentially over the last couple of years. The cost of living increases that our disabled veterans have received is nowhere near what the increases on their property taxes are. We need to do the right thing. You know, it was a couple weeks ago, I was talking with a disabled veteran. The disabled veteran is 100% disabled. This veteran was in Iraq years ago, and he stepped on an IED. That's a landmine, members. He's missing both of his legs. And that member told me a couple weeks ago, he encouraged me to propose this amendment again because he was watching in the tax committee how I had proposed it in the tax committee, and I was denied that, saying that their sacrifice was not worthy of an exemption that raised their homestead property value exemption, right? He told me this, he says, you know what, Representative Olson, it feels like my sacrifice has been forgotten. And he said, I don't forget about my disability. He says, but I feel as though the state of Minnesota has forgotten. Members, I think that this is the least, the absolute least we can do to honor those who have served us, to honor those who have sacrificed. These are significant sacrifices. This isn't just like they left and then they came back a year later. That's not the sacrifice we are talking about. Many veterans do that. These veterans gave something of themselves. They left something over there. And as a result of that, they are significantly disabled, and we need to thank them, to honor that sacrifice. We need to make life easier for them because it is not easy for them. So members, I would recommend a yes vote on this, and I would ask for a roll call vote.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. To the member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Olson, for bringing this amendment forward, and thank you to Chair Newton for your advocacy on this amendment and for all of your work, to honor veterans in our state. I really appreciate it. I appreciate both of you working on this and all the other members who have also. Veterans need our help, need our assistance, and I'm very open to exploring how to provide them with the financial assistance that they need. I just want to do so in a way that doesn't shift that tax burden for helping out disabled veterans who own their homes onto other payers inside the levy, including disabled veterans who don't happen to own their homes, who happen to live in rental housing. We just want to, make sure that we're thinking about just sort of the externalities of the decisions that we make. But again, definitely you won't hear any argument from me or from our caucus about the worthiness of these individuals and our gratefulness for their sacrifice. But I just want to structure support for them in a way that doesn't shift property tax burdens onto other taxpayers inside the levies, or impact our local government's ability to deliver basic services to everybody in their communities, including disabled veterans in the community who rely on those services. So I would recommend a red vote on the Representative Olson amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And thank you, Representative Olson, for bringing this forward. This is the #1 priority of the veterans groups, the Legion and the VFW. It has been their priority for a few years. It's passed our committee, if not unanimously, at least by almost unanimously. On 3 occasions, in fact, in the last 2 years, we've heard this exact same bill and similar bills that have passed. This is really important, and Representative Gomez brings up, the fact that people in rental housing would have to pay. They don't pay property taxes, so that isn't spread over the property taxes for those people. And Representative Olson, you mentioned COLA, the cost of living adjustment. I happen to have a disability, but it's not 70%. But one of the things is when you retire from the military, if you have a disability, that's deducted from your retirement pay. So, it's a wash. So whether I get a COLA increase or not, it doesn't matter. When I came to the legislature in 2008, we had 420,000 veterans in Minnesota. As of the 2022 census, we have 265,000. That's almost a 40% decrease. And the reason is that we've lost the greatest generation, the World War II vets. We're also losing our Korean War vets. They are all in their 80s and 90s. My cohort in Vietnam I'm in my 80s. Most of them are in their 70s, late 70s. And they're dying at a rate much faster than others who were not in the service. We're losing them. And this amount that we're asking, it's a 25% increase from 300,000 tax exclusion to 400,000. That just keeps us even with the cost of living increase for housing. I think the average house right now in Minnesota is assessed at roughly $400,000. This is a fairness issue for our veterans. All the time that I brought this up, that this issue has come forward, we have not had anyone from the 7-county metro area ask any exclusion for them. They seem to go along with it. They've got a large enough tax base where they can spread this around the county and for the businesses. And the outstate counties, the only person I've heard from is one of the lobbyists who is speaking on behalf of the counties. 70% of our veterans live in the metro area, the 7-county metro area. The effect on veterans or on taxes for outstate counties is really minimal. And I'm quite certain that most of the people in the counties would be willing to pay an extra $1 or $2 on their property taxes to take care of our veterans. I will leave that with this for right now, but I really encourage, I know that on your side of the aisle that you're strongly supporting this, and I would hope that the people on my side of the aisle will equally support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've discussed some highly political, highly partisan issues in this House in the last week or so. I hope this one doesn't turn that way. I know the members that sit on the Veterans Committees with us, I know they really respect our veterans and want to help them out as much as they can. So I'm actually asking from my heart that you consider supporting this. There is a zero cost to the state. The counties just simply reshuffle the revenues and and my taxes are going to go up, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with taxes being raised, but it's for a good reason, and they're not raising the taxes; they're just redistributing it. It's for a good reason. They don't hand out these 100% disability ratings easily. I mean, you earn them, and pardon me, I'm a little emotional on this one. We owe these guys a debt we can't pay. This is a tiny, tiny fraction of what we can give them. So please, please consider supporting it.
I recognize the member from Cass, Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, thank you, Representative Olson, for offering this amendment. This is a great amendment. During the interim, I was contacted by some veterans from my district, and they asked, can you please draft this legislation? Help us. We've been trying to get this passed for years. Of course I will. Our disabled veterans are asking us for our help. It's appalling to think that we would even have to debate this. We're not creating a new program. We're not creating new spending. We're simply adjusting an existing program that hasn't been adjusted since its creation in 2008, 16 years ago. We're adjusting that for inflation. We can do this. This is the least we can do for the people that have sacrificed so much to protect our freedoms. Members, I hope we see that board light up green.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, you know, the average home value when this legislation was drafted in 2008, the average home value was $227,000. Today, the average value is $343,000. Currently, there's 9,700 parcels that have a 70% reduction because of the disability of a veteran across the state. There's 14,600 with a total of parcels that have a total disability. There's 1.61 million households in Minnesota. So the problem that we have, the value of the exclusion has eroded so much over time. And the number of households that have this exclusion is really small. It is really small. And we were talking earlier about, you know, valuing where we put our focus on expenditures. And this is a value focus, and it is a small thing that literally, by increasing this to 200% for 70% disability and up to $300,000 for a total disability, or 400,000, sorry, thank you. It's 400,000. That is literally just getting it up to what the value of the exclusion was when this was put into effect in 2008. So, members, this one's an easy one. And this one's a good one, and I really hope that that Chair Gomez takes a second look at this and stands up and says, you know what, this is a good idea. This does create value. But members, vote green on this amendment, and thank you for bringing it, Representative Olson.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I sincerely appreciate the desire expressed by Chair Gomez to not adversely impact property taxpayers by shifting the burden in this way. But what I will say is like many other members in this room have been engaging with this issue for some time. I had a constituent who reached out to me who is himself 100% disabled, asking to have this issue addressed, and I introduced HF 903, which is a little more aggressive than what we have before us here in the form of the 822 amendment. It would provide for a 100% market value exclusion for 100% disabled veterans. We're not asking for that today. We're only asking to bump up the total exclusion by a moderate amount. And what I will say is that when I was shopping around this idea, I didn't just introduce the bill. I talked to people. I talked to my municipalities. I wanted to make sure that in the event that something like this was enacted, that it wasn't going to have precisely the type of impact that you're talking about. I spoke to my county. I spoke to the cities in my county, and I got feedback very similar to what you've heard from other members, which is this is not going to have a significant impact upon everyone else. And to the degree that it does, that's a price that we are very willing to pay in order to support those who've given quite literally 100%. So I very much appreciate the comments by Chair Newton on this, and I hope that we can do some good here today and vote green. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hodella.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to applaud Chair Newton for standing up and advocating for this bill. I think that took courage, I really do. And to be honest, really that moment was the first time in this chamber in the time that I've been here where I had some hope that we can get to the floor and not have a preconceived notion or a preconceived, hey, we're gonna lose this. Yep, we're gonna stand up, do our arguing. But I appreciate it, and I urge the body to think beyond just that veteran. I see these veterans every day. I have them come into my nonprofit office on one leg or with some significant TBIs, other issues. A lot of times they're coming in with a son and daughter to come in and get sports equipment or other benefits. And I want you to put yourself in the place of those kids. Dad or mom goes off to combat to fight for our freedoms. They don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican, if you're black or white. They go off because they're answering that call of duty. And you're that son or daughter, and that parent comes home and they're missing a limb, or they're angry all the time, or they have a wide variety of other issues that veterans, particularly those that are injured in combat, deal with every single day. We just did a disservice on the last amendment to those very same veterans. Last year, I was incredibly emotional about that bill, and I noticed that once again, the majority pushed the vulnerable members into the yes column, passed it by one vote yes again. Chair Gomez, I am going to implore you to reconsider this. Our veterans out there, even beyond the property tax, are going to be in a worse position due to the electronic pull tabs being pushed back through again. This is an easy way for us with no cost to help these men and women that have sacrificed for the rest of their lives for our country. And so did their kids. I encourage a green vote.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Weens.
Well, much has been said already. I just want to do a couple of highlights. In this country, there's only about 1% that serve. Minnesota, we're at about 5%. We're a state that serves. And I don't know if we can applaud, but I think we should just applaud for all the veterans in the state of Minnesota that have served and come back and continued to be good community members. So whether we can do that or not, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Okay, that's enough. Back to your seats.
Members,
Sorry.
though it is a nice thing for us to do, it is actually not the custom of the House to do that. So, Representative Weens, you have the floor.
I'm prepared to be flogged later. Thank you, Command Sergeant Major Newton, for standing up for our veterans. This is an equity issue. This is also a mental health issue. This is one of our primary missions with our veterans, with the MDVA, to fight homelessness. With this small exclusion, veterans can adjust their homes, fit their homes to what may be their disability needs or their family needs. Those small things make a big difference, the appreciation. Now, some of you may not have neighbors, but most veterans are good neighbors, unless you're my neighbor. I'm a little ornery at times, but I try. And I just implore you and thank you for considering this, all members of this body. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to put on another point. There is a lot of the things that we do or should be doing should have a public purpose. And that's what you would set policy on, ideally. I think there's a very, very clear public purpose here, and that's to keep vets in their homes, to keep them in their homes, to make it affordable. And whether they have a family or whether their children are grown, they have needs. And the worst thing we can do is to force our vets and their families out of their homes because they can no longer afford it. This is a provision that simply asks us to catch up to inflation. That's all it's asking. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver. It's not going to affect or barely affect other property taxpayers. And I appreciate some members of the majority saying that they want to help, but they haven't. The fact is that we haven't passed this. And we had a $17 billion surplus, and we didn't help, and it didn't pass. So maybe now it's time. We can do this. It's something that is the right thing to do, not only for our vets, but also for the state. So thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hey, members, just a quick trip through a little bit of history. My family's served in every conflict from World War I to present. And I give thanks to God every day that all of my family members came home whole. They came home whole. But there's a lot of people, family members, men and women alike, in all branches of service who did not. And frankly, they need our help. So Representative Olson, thank you for bringing this amendment forward. Representative Newton, thank you as well, sir. I shouldn't call you sir, you work for a living. So that's, so I just want to ask you folks, you got a chance to do something right today. Do something good. And that's all you're going to be doing, is doing something good today. And if it's for these veterans, then please, if there's a pull on your heart to do the right thing today, let it be this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Newton, thank you. I won't call you Senator anymore. Members, so I have a son, you guys know this. I have a son who serves in the Navy, daughter-in-law in the Navy. My son David is a Fleet Marine medic. So he's in the Navy, but he's considered green side for those Marines out here. So he is a combat medic. He served in Okinawa, Japan, and he won't tell me where they were, but they were off doing something in some place, and they got shot at. A couple of his Marines got injured. David going to get them had shots fired at him as well. And I would like to be able to tell my son when he, hopefully, my wife and I are hoping that they'll move back to Minnesota, that his state has his back whenever he is no longer in the military. That we can say to this petty officer, second class, that our state cares about what happens to him down the road. Now, let's talk about the VFWs and Legions in Carver County. Representative Ream and I share, along with Representative Harder, a number of VFWs and Legions in Carver County. And I know that we have all been there because I've heard from people, I saw Representative so-and-so here, I saw Representative so-and-so here. So there is in the district, the cities that Representative Ream and I share, there is the Chaska Legion on 102 West 4th Street, the Chaska VFW on 620 Creek Road, the Chanhassen Legion, which is, it's kind of a regional legion because it's big and a lot of people go there. Koz has been there, Representative Koznick has been there. The Chan Legion is on 250 Lake Drive East, and in my hometown, the Waconia Legion is at 4 East Main. I would like to go and tell them that even though my friend Chair Gomez said don't vote for this, that my colleague across the aisle will show the same courage that Representative Newton did, so that we can say to the David Nashes and the Jerry Newtons and, well, there's too many of us over here to count, that your state recognizes your service. Your state is willing to say to a relatively small and meager increase, we're going to force this into a bill because we recognize that the 1% of people who serve in the United States military deserve better than what they've been getting. So think about the Memorial Day services that you all go to, or the Veterans Day services that you all go to, the Armed Services Day that we all go to, and I'm not going to give the lecture as to what each of those means because they all mean very different things. But you have a chance today to say that you're going to prioritize the people who you bump elbows with in Chaska, in Chanhassen, that you stood proudly and voted in favor of the American serviceman or servicewoman for their sacrifice. 1% of our country, 1%, put on the uniform and, like my friends over here and like my own son, say, I will stand in the way on your behalf. So now we have the chance to say, we will stand in the way of your tax chair and we have your back. That's your chance today. Members, do the right thing for the American service person. Thank you.
I recognize the member from LeSueur, Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Sergeant Major, for your comments and for standing up here for veterans. So that means a lot. I just want to remind the body that we're talking about people that have a 70 to 100% disability. And I know a lot of them. I've served with a lot of them. And they're not all visual wounds. Oftentimes they are, but they're not all. And so I'll share a quick story. About a year ago, I was watching some post from a friend of mine and just knew something was up. And so I reached out to him to see what was going on and happened to find out that he was considering brushing his teeth with his 9mm. And got his wife from work and got a hold of him, got him to some help. But he has never been the same person since coming back from combat. And so, it's been a long time since we've addressed this exclusion. I think it's time for an update, and I do want to say, Chair Gomez, I think you are, you're hitting the point on the head. You talked about shifting the burden to other taxpayers, and I get that, but I want to talk about shifting the burden off of these veterans. That's equally as important. And as I hear this issue, not only from veterans, but talk to others in the district, I haven't heard anyone say that I wouldn't carry my share of that burden for those veterans. They're willing to do that. So I think this is a great amendment. I appreciate all the support out there, and I think this is something we need to get done, so I would definitely ask for a green vote. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Pine, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. And veterans is something that I've supported for a long time. My dad was drafted in Vietnam, and after boot camp and weapons training, getting his orders, A through M, you're going to Vietnam, N through Z, you're going to Germany. My dad felt for a long time a lot of grief because he's got brothers in the military that did not come back. He doesn't really consider himself a veteran in the way that, we've got to encourage him, if at an event of veterans, please stand up. We've got to encourage him because there's been times that he's like, it wasn't disgraceful, was it? It was, he served. He did what he was, supposed to do. But he's never really felt, in my eyes, he's never really felt like he lived up to that expectation because his orders were to go to Germany, there was a lot of people that went there as well. And about a year ago, this whole conversation took a little bit of a different turn for me. As some of you know, sorry, I'm getting a little emotional here. My daughter, as she's getting ready to graduate high school, she said, I think I'm going to go to the Marines. And, as any 17, 18-year-old kid does, you're kind of like, okay, well, this is this week's decision. But, it's something that she really pushed for, and she worked hard to get there, did a lot of PT, and a couple weeks ago, she graduated from boot camp, and we went out to graduation, and to see the pride of these and the precision of these young men and women and serving their country. And I remember asking her before, when she's getting ready to sign, I said, with doing this, I said, you're writing out a blank check for our country. You're signing your name on the line. And you're saying, whatever that amount is, I'm going to pay it. I would love to be able to tell her that Minnesota has your back. And we should. So after boot camp, she's home for 10 days on leave, and she'd come by here and visit the Capitol one day, and it was so great to have her here, exciting. And she was up home, spending time with the family. I was down here, and the Veterans Day on the Hill was that week, and meeting with our veterans group from Pine County, and one of the veterans there, they're going around the room kind of sharing what they would like to have, what their concerns are. And he said, I'm, as a disabled veteran, he said, I've been exempt. He goes, that cap has been there. But he said, the inflation of the houses, my house I haven't done anything to it. But he said, the value of my house, they just increased the value $125,000 this year. He said, I'm no longer, yes, the first part of it is exempt. But he said, I'm above that. So he said, I don't know where that extra is going to come, that I'm going to be able to pay my property taxes. How am I going to do that? He said, I'm probably going to have to start working some part-time jobs. And this is, concerns that are real. And, members, can we please? It'll be a couple bucks on the backs of Minnesotans for that small percentage that is disabled. This needs to be adjusted. Please vote green.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. I didn't plan on speaking on this at all, but I felt like I had a dagger go through my heart when I heard a recommended no vote. And why would I feel that way? I haven't served. I feel that way because I've spent 40 years of my life caring for people who did. And I just can't fathom something that could cost. I've looked at the spreadsheets, and I appreciate, Chair Gomez, what you're saying about wanting to have equity. I understand that. I looked at the data, and we're talking $5 it would affect most of us for a year. How do you not value $5 for people that sacrifice their life? And as important as we all think we are in this chamber, of being the few selected that actually made it to the House of Representatives, we are nothing compared to the value of the people that sacrificed their life to give us the freedoms and the opportunities to be in these seats. So I'm standing for the veterans that I've served in the sense of healthcare for the last 40 years, listening to their stories. And we're talking about disabled vets. And I've had so many emails, and I was so grateful that Representative Knudsen wrote this and Representative Olson is carrying this, because they've all sent me emails saying, Natalie, we're going to be the next homeless group. Do you understand the inflation on our houses? We have not done anything to make our house more valuable. We're in the same house we've been in. We are disabled. And we are going to get priced out of our home, and where will we go? Do you care where we're going to go? And I said, yes, Minnesota cares. This body should be doing nothing but being bipartisan for the people who served us. I don't care if you have a D behind your name, an I, or an R. It doesn't matter. So thank you, Chair Newton, for rising for the people that put it all on the line. And I haven't just served that group of people. 13 years ago, I drew a family's name in the Salvation Army for Christmas. Many of you probably have done that. It was for a vet serving who left to try to make their life better for their family. And he never dreamt that he would be hit with shrapnel, and he would become one of these people who was going to be disabled for the rest of their life. And I learned a lot about what that is, because I've went through to the points that have been made. The mental health issues, the anger. Watch the children go through this. And we're talking about putting a roof over people's head and children's head. When they don't have a house, the children are at risk too. His children are at risk, because they're getting priced out of their homes. And so I stand for the children, and I stand for the vets. I pray that you will reconsider and vote for this bill. Thank you.
It's been a long day. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank everybody that's gotten up and spoken on this amendment on both sides of the aisle, and I want to thank all of my members who've come and talked to me while this discussion is happening, and just telling me more about your thoughts as this has been unrolling. And so, I take my responsibility as the tax chair really seriously, of course. It's like a big honor that the Speaker has asked me to be in this role. And I'll say that, like, sometimes it feels like, we all have kind of our little areas, right? Like our lanes, our things in this place that we feel is like our thing that we have to uphold. And so, and part of that is really for me is about kind of erosion of tax base. And it's not like exciting. Most people don't care about the erosion of the tax base or tax shifts. And I'll say that, like, I think sometimes, you know, we can get like focused on our thing. So like, this is $5 billion worth of market value shifted onto other taxpayers, and we're contemplating $2 billion more market value shifted onto other taxpayers. And in my tax tunnel vision, that's like such an important thing, right? But we're here for people, right? We're here to try to do the right thing for people who need it. And as you know, I care so deeply about us making decisions in this place that help people in our communities who need help. And we're also like, we all do these jobs and we're all human beings, and human beings change their mind when they hear new information. And I think, like, since becoming an elected official, I hate hearing about, like, oh, they're like flip-flopper because they got new information and changed their minds. Like, we're human beings and we're trying to make decisions, the best decisions that we can make with the information that we have at our disposal. And so, so with that, I mean, I just want to thank all of you who have risen. I want to thank Representative Olson for bringing this forward. I want to really thank Chair Newton. Thank you. Thank you for your work on this issue. Thank you for your service in this body. Thank you for your service to us, to our country. Thank you. And thank you for helping me to understand this issue more completely. I really appreciate it. And I would ask members to vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. And thank you, Chair Gomez, for your words. I just want to leave you with the statement that this disabled veteran, this soldier, I'll remind you, the man who stepped on the landmine overseas and left both of his legs there, he said, "I fear the state of Minnesota has forgotten about me." And members, today we are not going to forget about this soldier's sacrifice. We're not going to forget about any of our disabled veterans. And so when you press this green button today, I want you to know, like, we're honoring these veterans by pressing green. But in doing that, I hope that is a solemn oath that you are making. By pressing green, you will shepherd this amendment through to the end. And we will make this happen. If you press green here today on this House floor, that is a pledge to our veterans, to our disabled members, our disabled service members, that you will do everything in your power to ensure that this becomes law and this happens this year. Thank you so very much. I look forward to lighting this board up green, shepherding it through to the end, and doing the right thing for our heroes who have done so much for us. Thank you. Please vote green for our veterans.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Go.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Keeler.
Go ahead.
Keeler, aye.
Keeler, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Wogamot.
Dan.
Wogamot, aye.
Wogamot, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 128 yeas and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson P.E. moves to amend House File Number 5247, second engrossment as amended. Amendment is coded A19.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment essentially eliminates several of the tax increases last year up to a certain dollar amount. Unfortunately, the tax increases are several times more than the cost of our big dig next door. So it allows the commissioner a revenue to pick and choose so that we essentially don't go over that dollar amount, which makes us germane to the bill. Let me talk about some of them specifically. There's many different tax increases, but there was almost $1 billion in federal conformity for our companies. We were talking about our companies earlier. It's about $1 billion in tax increases. About 350,000 or 350 million just from some standardized item deductions. There's some other investment taxes, corporate, but some of the new ones that I think are going to shock folks or have shocked folks are the vehicle registration tax. Just in this fiscal year alone, which we're about halfway through, it's about $241 million. In the next fiscal year coming up, it's going to be $546 million. That's $500 million in increased taxes for the motor vehicle registration tax. Gas taxes, increase in gas tax. Minimal so far because we're just partially into this fiscal cycle. But in fiscal 26-27, $250,000 in increased gas taxes, motor fuel taxes. Motor vehicle sales tax, $100 million in this biennium. And then the one that comes into effect this summer, our retail delivery fee, $59 million for the rest of this fiscal cycle, and $130 million in fiscal 26-27. $130 million that we're putting on folks that need to have things delivered to their homes. Metro Transit sales tax. This is over and above all the dollars that we put into transit and trains and to nowhere, to Duluth, and money we put it dumping into the Met Council. It's hard to believe it is $1 billion for each 2-year cycle. $1 billion. Incredible. And the Metro housing, it's $300 million. These are all new taxes that the majority passed last year. Now again, as I said, unfortunately, repealing these taxes and using the palace next door to pay for it isn't going to even come close to covering because the taxes are so big. But at least it's a start, folks. It's a start to give some relief to our residents, to our individual taxpayers, to our property taxpayers, to our business taxpayers. And I ask for a green vote on this, and I ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Under Rule 3.21, germaneness, this amendment is not germane. The amendment includes Social Security, which is not in the bill, and it takes the funds from the capital area building account, which is not in the jurisdiction of the tax committee.
I find your point of order well taken.
Madam Speaker, I appeal the ruling. Has she ruled yet? And request a roll call. Thanks.
Representative Anderson appeals the ruling of the Speaker. A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Harry,
Representative
I need
Anderson.
your help, Harry.
Advice. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Anderson.
Madam Speaker, this is a tax bill. This is the omnibus tax bill. These are tax provisions, and I believe that they're germane to the bill. Thank you.
Members, before we vote, I will just remind the body again, the question before the body is, shall this decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. The Chief Clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Keel.
No.
Keel, no. Keeler.
Keeler, aye.
Keeler, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Whitty moves to amend House File Number 5247, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A24.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members. Currently, our seniors need our help. They're struggling with the rising cost, inflation, cost for food 18% up, gas, and then struggling to stay in their homes with property tax. My amendment would help. Last campaign season, I think all of us made campaign promises to eliminate the Social Security tax for our seniors. So my 829 would completely eliminate the tax on Social Security and use money from the SOB debt payments. We are just one of 11 states that still tax our Social Security. I ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And for your support for our seniors. Thank you.
Madam Speaker?
For what purpose do you rise?
Rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Under Rule Point 321, this amendment is not germane. This amendment discusses the Social Security tax, which is not in the bill, and also the capital area building account that the amendment wants to put the money into is under state government jurisdiction, not the jurisdiction of taxes. And in addition, the funding also exceeds the actual budgeted amount.
Advice? Representative Whitty, do you have any advice? Representative Whitty.
I missed the question.
There being no other advice in front of the body, I've studied the amendment, I have reviewed the bill, and I've considered your advice. I am ruling that the point of order is well taken.
Madam Speaker, I appeal your ruling and I ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 50 hands, there will be a roll call on the repeal of the Speaker's ruling. Representative Robbins.
No discussion?
There being no discussion, Question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. The Chief Clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
Carol, I.
Carol, I. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Keeler.
Keeler, I.
Keeler, I. Cagle.
Kegel, I.
Cagle, I. Wogamont.
Wogamont, I.
Wogamont, I.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 60 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Engen moves to amend House Law Number 5247, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A37.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. About a year ago, actually exactly a year ago, we passed this A37 amendment unanimously off of this floor. It would eliminate the sales taxes collected on infant care items. It would really help new or just families that need to buy the most basic items for their newborns. The entire cost was $7 million. That's it. We had a $17.5 billion surplus. We raised taxes by $10 billion. Our state budget grew by 40%, but we couldn't find it in our hearts to throw in $7 million to help eliminate these sales taxes. It was wrong. And you know what stunk the most is that after it was voted out of this body and the other body unanimously, it was cut in the middle of the night on Mother's Day. That was Mother's Day for Minnesotans. That's what they woke up to. I had a lot of people reach out saying this would really help them. But you guys said no. So let's try it again. For the same cost of the SOB, the renovation for our palace here, we could fund this sales tax elimination for 104 years. Members, I request a yes vote, and I would also request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Madam Speaker,
For
point
what
of
purpose-
order.
For what purpose do you rise? State your point of order.
Under House Rule 3.21, this is not germane. Social Security is not in the bill. The capital area building account that this pulls from is under the jurisdiction of State Gov.
Advice. Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has nothing to do with Social Security, as Representative Berg just stated. I don't know if she's following where we're going with this. Listening helps. We're talking about infant care items, baby items, cribs, strollers, diapers. Those types of items, that's what we're talking about here. So I would request that you find this amendment germane. And the point of order should not be well taken.
Further advice.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose do you rise?
for advice.
Advice. State your advice.
So actually, it's not germane, not because of the Social Security, but actually because of the baby products. That section is not in the bill. Nor the capital costs are in the bill as well.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Advice. As stated, that we're giving advice on is a flawed motion for germaneness. So my advice is to rule against the flawed statement that was brought forward.
I've studied the amendment. I've reviewed the bill. I've considered your advice. I'm ruling that the point of order is well taken.
Madam Speaker, I request an appeal on the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Ingham requests appealing of the ruling of the Speaker.
I'd like to roll call that, please.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Just a reminder to the body, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Keeler.
Keeler, aye.
Keeler, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Wogamont.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wogamont, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 60 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Ingen moves to amend House File Number 5247, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A39.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Ingen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before Representative Berg or others try to rule this one out of order and not germane as well, I just want to remind you guys I sent around a packet. I'm going to read off some of the headlines regarding what this amendment is for. The Star Trib on July 27th of 2023. The hunt is on for back-to-school supplies as Minnesota parents search for savings. Inflation driving up the cost of school supplies by at least 18%. That's from the St. Cloud Times. Carol 11, this back-to-school shopping season could be the most expensive on record. Here's how much Minneapolis families will spend this year on back-to-school items. It's a record number this year of how much parents are having to dole out for the most basic necessities that their kids need to go to school and get a good education. I tried introducing this one last year. I didn't want to press my luck after we had passed out unanimously the sales tax exemption for infant care items. I thought, awesome, that was good enough, but we just saw the board not that long ago. You guys went back on that one too. So hopefully you'll take up this one, make it a little bit easier for families to afford the most basic necessities for their kid to get a good education. Thank you so much, and I would request a roll call, Madam Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Point of order.
State your point of order.
Once again, under House Rule 3.21, this amendment is not germane because the capital area building account is not in the bill.
Advice. I've studied the amendment. I've reviewed the bill. I've considered your advice. I'm ruling that the point of order is well taken.
Madam Speaker, I request an appeal of the ruling of the Speaker, and I would request a roll call.
Representative Ingen requests say it again, Representative Ingen.
Madam Speaker, I would request an appeal on the ruling of the Speaker and would request a roll call.
He requests appeal of the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. A reminder to the body, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Keeler.
Keeler, aye.
Keeler, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott, aye.
Have all the members who wish to vote voted? The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 59 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Olson B moves to amend House File Number 5247. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Martin, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Historically, bullion, collectible currency, these items have been seen as a hedge against inflation. But when the state of Minnesota is collecting 7, 8, sometimes even 9% sales tax on these items, that hedge against inflation no longer plays into account. Now, currently in the state of Minnesota, we exempt from sales tax any precious metal bullion that is 99.9% pure or greater. There's considerable sums of currency out there that is legal tender according to the United States of America, but it is not 99.9%, it's actually 90%. Thus, according to our state's laws, falls under the category of requiring sales tax to be collected on it. Now, members, it doesn't make very much sense for me to hand you $1 and expect you to pay me in $1 and 7, 8, or sometimes even 9 cents as well, so I can take the dollar and then hand 7, 8, or 9 cents to the state of Minnesota in the form of sales tax. It doesn't make any sense. Now, this collectible currency that we're talking about exempting from sales tax is, in fact, legal tender. You can take a $10 gold piece, you can take it to the bank, and you can say, I want $10 deposited into my account. They might look at you like you're a little bit crazy, but they will take it as $10. This is legal tender. We should not be collecting sales tax on it. But when you're talking about collecting taxes for the state of Minnesota, this sales tax doesn't garner very much tax revenue. It's about $2 million worth of tax revenue that we're offsetting with this amendment. That's not a whole lot because people who collect and stack, as what it's, in the cool lingo that we use, we call it stacking. You stack your precious metals. They're looking for a deal, members. And if they can go to another state like Iowa and not have to pay sales tax because the state of Iowa does not collect any sales tax whatsoever on any form of collectible coins, currencies, bullion, they don't touch it. Collectors, people who are trying to hedge against inflation, and investors, they will find that 7% discount, that 8% discount, or that 9% discount in the form of sales tax alleviation. So because of that, members, we could do our own businesses here in the state of Minnesota a lot of good by, instead of driving that business away from Minnesota to Iowa. My sister lives in Iowa. There's a lot of coins that are shipped to her house because they don't have to pay sales tax. She's a great collector of coins. She's a great collector of coins, members. We should be encouraging business in the state of Minnesota. We should not be driving customers to other states. And there are some forms of this that when you're talking about a seriously expensive coin and you're tacking on 7% on top, that's significant, members. And it hurts the hobby, it hurts those who want to hedge against inflation, like I've stated. So it logically makes sense for us to do this. It's a small amount of sales tax collection because there's not very many people looking to do this. Those who stand to gain the most are the business owners who are trying to make a living here in the state of Minnesota, who can then pay excess taxes in the form of income taxes to the state of Minnesota. So this is a win-win-win, as Michael Scott would say from The Office. A win-win-win. You win, I win, everyone wins. A win-win-win. Please vote in favor of this amendment.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, this amendment is out of order under Rule 3.21. Once again, the capital area building account is not in this bill, and I would encourage you to find the A38 out of order.
I find your point of order well taken.
Madam Speaker, I won't even appeal the ruling of the Speaker because I don't really think that this silly concept of it matters whatsoever. I think that a voice vote no would have been just fine, and we can move on to next year. Thank you so much for your point of order, and we'll move on in the future.
There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 5247, as amended.
Third reading. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to, first of all, thank the chair for accepting that provision. So I think that means a lot to everyone here. So I also want to say this tax bill isn't as bad as last year's tax bill, but I wish that there were things that we could have done to actually fix some of the things that were so horrible in last year's tax bill. Unfortunately, there's nothing in here for our charities. After the devastating blow that we did to them on the gambling issues, taking away what they've been doing for a decade or longer. The dollars that they raise, that they give out to the community, that they use for wonderful, wonderful things and throughout the state of Minnesota, that's going to be partially gone. There's no tax decreases in here for our charities. The provisions to help them use it for other things are not in here. And I think that's really a shame, because if we are harming entities, clearly know we're harming them, but then show that we don't care because we do nothing. And that's what's happening this year. I'm very, very concerned about the attack on our business community in the state of Minnesota. Very concerned. I'm concerned that we're putting them at a severe competitive disadvantage, not only with the fact that we have the highest tax rate in the country, but we also now are trying to get their taxes public. Excuse me. Can I ask the speaker to ask the, thank you. Thank you. But I'm really concerned about that, because people are traveling. People are moving with their feet. We've seen that. We've lost a lot of population here. Certainly, we're losing business population next. They're leaving states where the taxes are high, where the regulatory environment's high, and they're moving to other states. And once that starts, that is a path that is really hard to stop and turn around. We see it in Minneapolis. It's going to be decades before Minneapolis recovers. Decades, and only with a huge, huge amount of work. But you've essentially gutted the Minneapolis business community. Part of that's COVID, and part of that is the politics. And part of that is simply the blatant dislike by some of the political folks of corporations and businesses. Some of us were, some people work for government, some work for the nonprofit sector, and some work for businesses. But government and the nonprofit sector is all funded through business earnings. Businesses make money. That money is taxed. Those taxes are used to fund government. And government, in this case of this legislature, donates a lot of that to charities. So we can't continue to attack our companies And we can't continue to attack the free markets. I'm here because in this legislature, why did I run? Because I want to see Minnesota succeed. I'm a business owner. It's hard out there. It is hard to deal with the regulatory environment and the taxes in this state. And then I can imagine how hard it is for people who are on an even bigger scale. It's just not working. I also want to mention the final thing, the what I call the new local government aid program through sales tax. So we have in this bill a provision, obviously, where you're going to allow local units of government, of course, they do need to have a referendum, but they're going to be passing sales taxes to build facilities in their community. But the whole guise of that is to increase the cost of those facilities by 15 to 20%, because that's what you're going to need, because that amount of money is going to go into a big pot that's going to create a new LGA program across the state of Minnesota. So it's just more and more and more taxes. And I think we just can't handle that. So even though there are some good provisions in this bill, the bad by far outweigh the positive, and I'm going to be a no vote on the tax bill. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I'll try and be very brief. First, I want to thank Chair Gomez for accepting the provisions you did tonight, but also I want to thank you for running a great committee. As you all saw way back when this all started with the exchange between Chair Gomez and Representative Garofalo, taxes really is a fun committee. And I shudder to think if we would have gotten anything done if Garofalo was also in the tax committee. So, but we do have a great committee, and I appreciate all your work and the work of all of our staff. So I just want to touch on a couple things, but really getting that veterans relief for the charitable gaming and for the property tax. I'm really grateful, and I hope that stays in the conference committee. But first, Chair Gomez and I are both very committed to integrity and how we speak, and we're very careful about that. And so she had indicated earlier in the middle of this discussion that the R&D tax specifics would not be revealed in how this bill treats corporate reporting on tax. If we go through with this provision where we're putting corporate tax filings on a public website, she indicated, oh, that wouldn't really affect how they're spending their R&D and other tax money. And I just want to point out, so I'm having it distributed, members. In the bill, and I copied a page of it for you so you can read it, it says, except as otherwise provided in this section, goes through the calendar stuff, a corporation's corporate franchise tax return and any amended or readjusted returns must be provided on a website. In addition, all corporate franchise tax forms relating to the calculation of income apportionment and calculation of tax and a few other things. So members, all of the forms relating to the calculation of their income apportionment and calculation of tax will be public on this website. And so I did go print out the R&D tax form for how you calculate your R&D expenses. You will have to specify, and it will be public on a website, wages for qualified services, cost of supplies, amounts paid or incurred for computer use for conducting research, applicable percentage of contract expenses, amount paid to qualified research organizations for basic research, development contributions for nonprofit, and many other things. I printed out just one page for you, but the form is actually, I believe, 3 pages long. So I hate to disagree with our chairwoman, but it is very clear that if this law is passed as currently written, all of the forms used to calculate a corporation's income would also be public. And members, that is a crazy, serious disadvantage for Minnesota companies. No other state in the country does this, and it would really harm our companies. So I ask you to please vote no just for that alone. But if you are going to vote for this bill, that has to be taken care of in conference. This is a serious, I mean, I think it won't stand up in court. I think it's illegal. But clearly, the bill clearly would require detailed calculations to be put on this website. And we cannot let that stand, members. All right, we haven't talked about the free file requirements here, but I do want to address this just for a moment. I know the chair loves this provision, but members, it kind of goes back to the higher ed debate earlier this morning. You can already get access to free file tax payment programs through a lot of different services that are available in the state. And some are income-based, some are how complicated your return is. But there are free file options available, and tens of thousands of Minnesotans use them every year. And instead, the state in this bill will be setting up its own free file system that, according to the bill, is going to cost about $5 million in the first year and then ongoing money to set this up. But the fiscal note said that this will be very expensive and a complex build, and that not only will it need a lot of money to set it up, but then it will require ongoing maintenance and updates because tax forms change every year. So members, this is something that we don't need to spend state tax dollars on. There's already a private sector option out there. And I mean, we cannot afford this. We're looking at future deficits. So why would we would be creating a very expensive in the short run and then ongoing costs when we know we're facing deficits? I just can't imagine. Another reason to oppose the bill is the local option sales tax equalization distribution accounts, which we've talked about. I just want to highlight, members, that we would be saying a local jurisdiction could raise their local option sales tax, and then 15 or 20% of that would just be given to the Department of Revenue to distribute around the state. People elect their local representatives, and if they decide to vote for a local option sales tax, the public thinks that money is staying in their community. To siphon off 15 to 20% of that to just get distributed around the state, not for the purpose they voted that local option sales tax for. The use of this is unrestricted aid, members. So we are hurting the point of these local option sales taxes by having it removed from the local community and removed from the purpose for which the voters voted for it and giving it to the department to just distribute. This is a terrible idea. And I can't remember all the other things I was going to say, but members, there are several reasons that this bill is very problematic, and with great respect to the chair, we really appreciate the help for veterans, but we still need a no vote on this. Thank you, members.
The member from Travers, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members, a couple things here. You know, one of the trends that we are seeing, and I've talked about this before, when you go from Canada down to Iowa, in my district, members border North Dakota and South Dakota, when you go from Canada down to Iowa, we no longer have a community larger on the Minnesota side. But what we're starting to see is we're starting to see that moving into, you know, I know Representative Joy up in Holly would probably agree with me on this, but if I look at one of the communities that I represent now, Fergus Falls, if we look at Fergus Falls, which on the western part of Fergus Falls is 23 miles away from the North Dakota border, that's 23 miles away from Wahpeton. And the challenge that we're seeing is, members, we're seeing those small job creators, small business owners, who is migrating to freedom. That's what they're migrating when they go into North Dakota and South Dakota, because they have less government intrusion. And one of the things that we're seeing is, I remember a business, it's a business in our community. Now, Browns Valley is not the metropolitan community in the state. We're almost 600 people on a good day, almost, okay? But there is a business that has been in Browns Valley as long as I can remember. Last year, they moved over to the border into South Dakota. I constantly, as a small business owner, job creator in our community, a small job creator, or however you want to say it, I'm asked, why don't you go to South Dakota? Why don't you move there? Because it would allow me and our staff to make more investments into a business instead of sending it down to St. Paul and have debacles like Feeding the Future, wasting that type of money. And that trend that's moving into it that we're seeing now, where Wahpeton is now growing, that's Wahpeton, North Dakota, is growing quicker than Fergus Falls. That's alarming. And we have some really creative in all the district, but I know Fergus Falls has just been their chamber, and then they have two different organizations that really work hard to attract businesses, a lot of volunteers. So what we're starting to see is people are willing to drive that 20, 25 miles and work in North Dakota, and we're having problems getting workers. Another concern that we have is, and I'm hearing this from folks, you can't afford to live in Minnesota because of the irresponsible and unaffordable policies that we have been doing here in St. Paul. You know, what we're seeing right now with this bill, and this is what's so concerning, in this bill, the majority is laying a foundation to continue this unaccountable, irresponsible hit on our families. So I'm a no. Ask you to vote no too. Thank you, members.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when it comes to speak on tax bills or really anything, I try to think about how important it is, as all of us as leaders in this room, to think about our decisions. And I know it's kind of been a theme I've been talking a lot about lately. When we're elected, we come down here, we need to make decisions that don't just talk about the now, that don't offer instant gratification. Because our decisions are going to not only live on through this chamber, live on through this state, but live on for future generations for long after we're gone. And that's something I really do think about a lot, and that can be a lot of pressure, but I think it can give you a lot of clarity. If you really take the time and think about every decision that you make when you sit in these chairs representing on average about 45,000 people. The reason I rise for this to speak on this tax bill today is because I have great concerns for that future. As a member representing the Iron Range and a part of the Iron Range delegation, I take my commitment as being a state rep very, very seriously. I represent a part of the state, a part of the country that's one of the most unique, and I'm very proud to be from there and represent it. But when I think about the decisions we make, they become very personal, not just for myself, but for my constituents, but for future constituents that will live there, raise families there, open businesses, and prosper there. This tax bill today contains a provision in it that gives me great, great concern for the future of our region and the future of the Iron Range. Inside the tax bill, for those that don't know, there's actually a bonding bill. There's a bonding bill for $80 million. That bonding bill is going to be leveraging the future of the Iron Range with its passage. I need to stand in opposition to that. It goes back to what I just said. We can talk about the instant gratification, about how doing something right now might sound really good. But what's going to come of making that decision? This bonding bill that's inside the tax bill is going to leverage the economic prosperity for the Iron Range for the next couple decades. It's going to limit the ability of one of the state's greatest state agencies, the IRRR, to be able to work on economic development projects, to invest in the communities in the region, and to uplift every single person. What for? All for some instant gratification in passing some one-time dollars. Passing bonds against an economic trust that was set up by forefathers of the range to take care of its people in the region for generations to come. I wanted to stand up on the House floor tonight to talk about how important it is that we think twice and act once. Me talking about this isn't talking about the projects. It's talking about the actual doing of this legislation. The way this legislation is written, these projects that are included inside the tax bill will not be going through any vetting. They will not be going through any oversight. They will not even be being worked on through the IRRR, whose job is to vet them and make sure they are good projects. In fact, there's language inside the legislation that says the commissioner must bond for this amount and the money must go out at these set times. So if there's no due process and we can't work through these projects and we can't make sure they're ready to go, what kind of oversight is that? What's to make sure that these places are ready to work with and ready to go so that they can actually do what they're set out to do in the bill? And this is nothing new. The IRRR has been doing this for decades, working with communities, working on projects to make sure they are done correctly, they are done efficiently, and they lift the people up in our region. This is bypassing that. This bill bypasses the state agency. It bypasses a board of elected legislators from both sides of the aisle. The other concerning thing about this legislation, and it is a bonding bill, it wasn't done in collaboration with the Iron Range delegation. It came as a surprise about 2.5 weeks ago on a Monday morning where I found out that this bill had been introduced and was working its way to become part of the tax omnibus bill. It's not the way leaders operate. Again, the choices we make are going to have effects for future generations. A bill like this that had been being worked on in secret, without any collaboration with other members of the Iron Range delegation, without any collaboration for the region that stretches all across northeastern Minnesota, is blatantly wrong. In fact, in some ways, some would even call it insulting. The conversations I've had in the weeks that have followed since this bill has been introduced have been of grave concern. These are not just my concerns that I bring to the House floor tonight. They are from community leaders. They are from mayors, councilors, commissioners, business owners, all wondering, what will this mean for the future of the place that we love more than anything else? Our choices and decisions we make have consequences. I would urge the chamber to look at a provision like this and say, this is not the precedent we can be setting. This is not the road we can go down. A piece of legislation that was introduced 3 weeks ago that's going to have decades of consequences should not be included in a tax bill. Should not be before our body right now. Legislation and ideas like these are supposed to take months, if not years, of collaboration, and not just along party lines, with communities of different sizes, different opinions, different values, to find something that works for all of us. In fact, I think that really defines what leadership really is. Leadership is about standing up when something doesn't seem right and finding a way to say, we need to work with people on the left, people on the right, but not even just political, work with all people to make sure the legislation's gonna work. Again, the state agency that's involved in this is not an initiative of our state agency. How many times have we had conversations on this House floor or in committees that when state agencies are not aware or have been worked on when we're talking about legislation, those ideas are thrown out? What's different in this case now? I deeply encourage this chamber to vote no on this tax bill. I deeply encourage the majority to look at this decision and really let it weigh on you. Leveraging the economic prosperity and future of the people of the Iron Range on a one-time bond for hand-selected projects without the whole consenting work of the delegation, without the work of the region, in a move that has never been done this way in the Range's history, is a slap in the face to the people that have walked in this and sat in this desk before me, and it's to those that will sit in this desk after me. Legislation like this has drastic effects and personal effects. Please vote no. Let's send this bill back to committee. Let's remove this provision and do the right thing for my part of the state and for the Iron Range.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Igo, for your remarks. I believe, if my memory serves me right, it was March 24th, 2011. And the state was facing a $5 billion shortfall. And Republican Bob Gunther proposed a bill to take $60 million from the IRRB Trust Fund to help fill that gap. Rukavina proposed that the reason why Republicans were doing it is because the Iron Range was populated with Democrats. My, how the tables have changed. Representative Igo, other Iron Range members, interesting. When the IRRB is no longer represented with a majority of Democrats, their decision-making abilities is no longer wanted or needed. Instead, just as Republicans made a mistake 13 years ago to decide how to spend that money better here in St. Paul, the DFL majority is doing the exact same thing. It may stay up there and not travel throughout the rest of the state, but in reality, we're taking the voice of the people away from northern Minnesotans with this bill. I had an opportunity to chair the mining committee, so I was pretty familiar with the uniqueness of the Iron Range. My father-in-law was a miner, worked on the locomotives before they turned to the trucks just outside of Hibbing. He attended church with Rudy Perpich. And I believe it was Tom Bach that said, because of something like this, because Republicans are doing this 13 years ago, I can guarantee you a Republican will not represent a seat in the Iron Range for the next 50 years. I believe in local control. I believe that if these projects, that this potential bonding bill through a tax bill had local support, there is an avenue for it. It's with the locally elected officials that are sitting in the IRRB. Whoever these organizations are, I don't know where they're going exactly, could come and talk to them about it, but it just seems off to me. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but this is a prescription of what the rest of the tax bills have looked like. We know best here in St. Paul. We understand how money should be spent. Last year's tax bill made us number one. Number one on one particular list, the highest corporate taxes in the country. Ouch. I get it. I get it. Those mean businesses, creating jobs. Man, how dare they? You know what we're going to do? We're going to be one of, I don't even think there's another state. We're going to make sure you report to us your corporate income. Make it public. Hey, you Minnesota business, you know what we want to make sure you do? We want to make sure you open the books up to the world so that all other businesses across the globe can look at what you're doing, how you're doing it, and use that as a tactile advantage against Minnesota-based companies or those foolish enough to do business here. Sometimes things move slow, sometimes things move fast. And sooner or later, even the slow ones get the hint. Do you like me? No. Whack. Do you support me? No. Whack. The DFL majority has decided that those pulling the wagon aren't pulling hard enough. Dividing employer from employee with costly, burdened state mandates that not only affect business, but affect our schools, affect our communities, our cities, our townships, our mom and pop shops. Gas prices are going up, and people's quality of life is going down. And the president is fiddling. The governor is singing the same tune. Folks, every other state in our union that is ruled by Democrats at least have a few Democrats that understand the needs of business. They have a caucus of business owners that are DFLers or Democrats that understand that the role of government is finite to some extent. Government, stay in your lane. Let us do what we do best. When it comes to business and economy and creating jobs, in some states it's a blurry gray line, but I can tell you what, there is an awfully strong, bold, difficult blue line that divides this chamber. It's fun to be a business owner that supports Democrats, that relies on state mandates for my business model. If you want to sell a solar panel, go to Minnesota. Why? Because they will create a market for you by state mandate. You want to sell wind turbines? Guess what? That's a great place to do business. Why? They're going to create a market for you. State mandate. Folks, we are unfriendly, and believe it or not, people are starting to understand. We can do better. The Senate tax bill is much, much better. Not great, not good, but better. We had an opportunity, $10 billion tax increase when we have a $17 billion surplus. 18. It's like an old movie from the 1930s, Gone with the Wind. And Democrats are going to finish this session like that movie finished. Quite frankly, Minnesotans, we don't give a damn.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to sit on the tax committee, and it's a lot of fun. I'm a little nervous with what's happening in the tax bill. There's good things and there's bad things. Local option sales tax, sharing it, I should be good for it. I should like that. I don't, but I should, because when we're pushing businesses across to North Dakota and I'm losing them in my area, that would give me a chunk of the pie from the metro area to be able to play fair. So I should be, but I'm not. We have taken Minnesota from #1 in the highest corporate tax, and I think we're going to go and tell corporations we're now going to be 1+. Hold on, but here's 1+. I think, again, there's good provisions in here. There's not good provisions in here. It bothers me that we, when we're working on taxes, and Chair Gomez has a really good heart for helping people that are struggling and what we need to do. One of the things I do really think come next year, bipartisan, we need to focus on is looking at that lowest tax bracket and dropping it. We want to help people by giving them child tax credits halfway through the year, which is advanced. Great. But what we need to do is if we can give it back to people in their paychecks immediately and drop the lowest tax bracket for the people not earning a lot of money, maybe we could get it in their pocket weekly or biweekly or whenever they get paid because we dropped that 5% on the lowest tax bracket. That's what we should be studying. That's what we should be looking at in this tax bill. That would help a lot. We talk about fair share and what fair shares are. Those are things we can work on next year. Those are things we can get to. It's a tough statement to always put fair share. People pay their taxes. I'm a small business owner. I pay a lot of taxes. You know what? It is what it is. But I think we got to start slowing that roll and taking it backwards so the businesses stay here. When you're down here and you're quite a ways away from, you're in the center of Minnesota, the businesses, they'll stay. When you're 20 minutes from Fargo in my district, they might not build or they will leave. It worries me when we do this. I'm going to keep this short. What I'm going to say is I would not be able to support this bill this year. If I did, I would have to go back to my district and I would have to tell people clearly, I'm not good at this. I did a bad thing. And in my district, those two quotes are not good right now. So everyone, I encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Chair Gomez for the way the committee was run. I figure you're one of the top 3 tax chairs in state history. Ann Chesky, Paul Marquardt, and you. You did, and the way you run the committee, you really did a good job, and I appreciate that. I want to thank the staff, the partisan staff, the nonpartisan staff. You've got a dream team sitting behind you there, Chair Gomez. I'd like to thank the Republican research, partisan research, Sam Moyer. Sam, you do a great job, and our whole caucus appreciates what you do. I'd also like to thank former Chair Marquardt and now Commissioner Marquardt and Joanna Bears. They were always very, very prepared. Joanna Bears was a liaison. She was very, very prepared and gave us good information. If she didn't know something, she would get it to us very, very quickly. I'm trying to compare her versus Paul Cummings. When he had that position, he was amazing, but I think I'll let that go. If there was 4 fewer things in this bill, I could easily support it. There's a few things. It's a good tax bill other than some of the things that we talked about today, whether it be the decoupling, we've gone through those things. And sometimes you get asked the question, who's your favorite president? And I actually have 2. The first one is John F. Kennedy, and people say, well, he was a Democrat. How could he be your favorite president? He's my favorite president because he understood tax policy. He understood, his record was he reduced federal income tax rates and corporate rates by a lot. He really did. Why? Because he's a nice guy? I'm sure he's a nice guy. Why? Because he knew and his economists knew that it would stimulate the economy. And I have a little history around this place. 2011, Speaker Zellers and Majority Leader Dean gave me a call. They were Speaker-elect and Majority Leader-elect in December, and I was out in my garage. Actually, I've got a nice heated garage working on some things. And Speaker Zeller said, we want you to be the tax chair. And I'm going, great, $6.2 billion shortfall. And he wants me to be the tax chair, but he wasn't done there. He said, just got 2 rules. You can't raise taxes. Well, that was the biggest rule, was you can't raise taxes. So I thought, okay, now just how do you do this? So I started reading. I started reading Stephen Moore. I started reading Art Laffer. And I started reading John F. Kennedy. And so we had a grand experiment that year. We did not raise taxes. And by the end of that tax bill time, we were even. We went from a $6.2 billion shortfall to having no surplus, no shortfall. It worked. In my world, in the tax world, more is less and less is more. The more you tax, the less you collect, the less you tax, the more you collect. It's amazing what can happen if you let people keep some of their money. They'll go out and make more. And John F. Kennedy did that because he needed more money for what later became the LBJ Great Society. And he didn't do it by raising taxes, he lowered taxes. He went from 91% to 70, and my other favorite president, Ronald Reagan, went from 70 to 50. And we are, and with lower rates today, we're collecting record amounts of money at the federal treasury, and we did at the state too. So it doesn't seem to make sense if you lower tax rates, you collect more money, but that's the way it works. And the state proved that in 2011 to 2013. So I'm hoping that in working with the Senate, we can look at some of these issues that the business community has great concerns about. But for today, I think it's just a matter of thank you, Chair Gomez, thank you, Vice Chair Lislegard, and that dream team you got sitting behind you. They are amazing. They are amazing. So thank you. I'm going to have to vote no today, but there's another day coming.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm just going to say the truth since my colleagues on the other aisle wanted to talk about the history of the Iron Range. And some may know the story, but I'll tell you the story. And you go back to our forefathers, as my colleague said, it was all Democrat way back when. Most of greater Minnesota was all Democrat way back when. Metro wasn't as big, suburbs weren't as big, suburbs were Republican, we were all Democrat. I'm going to read some numbers to you. This bill is about just. It's about doing what is right. I heard Tom Bach's name, Senator Tom Bach, and I heard Tommy Rukavina. I heard those names tonight. Tommy Rukavina would have went a lot farther than I went today. You have the taconite assistance area, and you have the taconite relief area. There's only 3 House districts that produce. District 7A, Representative Igos, 30%. Representative Scraba, 9.6%. Representative Lislegard, 59.8%. That's the money that is generated that goes into the IRRB. It's production tax, but it's really our property taxes. What's really sad and unfortunate is that not every district that receives our money contributes to the IRRB. It's actually sad. I represent the poorest. Net tax capacity for Senate District 7 that produces 90% of all the money at the IRRB, our net tax capacity per capita is $559, one of the poorest in the state of Minnesota. Senate District 6 has an average net tax capacity of over $2,500, and they don't contribute a dime to the IRRB. But yet, they get our property taxes. They're already diversified. They already have the wealth. Somebody was talking about, because my whole goal is I hope that I don't need all the local government aid in my district because we're poor. I hope we need less. We need to invest in our region. But do you know what they did years ago? And that's what I was told by one of the colleagues, that we need to keep this big area just like the Democrats did so we can control the state of Minnesota by a voting bloc. Well, it ain't going to be at the expense of the district that I represent anymore. Tommy Rukavina said right out that you want to have power, but you're not going to take it from the people where it's generated, and that's what's going on right now. I would shrink the TAA right now. I would shrink it to only go to the places where it's produced. Because how is it after 50 or 60 years that we produce everything, but yet we're the poorest? It's because we're distributing all over. Yes, we get the majority of it, but the way we're giving it out to control the state of Minnesota, well, how things have changed. How things have changed. So I'm supposed to just sit back and let my community not prosper, not get what they generate? For you guys to have control? And then they don't even vote for bonding, where the 7-county metro pays 68% of it. They come over to the IRRB and take the poor people's property taxes. That's what this bill is about. Somebody's got to stand up for the Iron Range. Somebody's got to stand up for the core Iron Range that actually produces. I didn't graduate from Grand Rapids in the Senate District 6. Point of order, sir. Point of order.
Representative Kozik, say your point of order.
Please remind the body whether you're using another member's name or in tone and inference to respect personalities.
Representative Lustigard, please respect the rules and with personalities.
I don't want nobody to
continue.
get hurt feelings. We'd be filling out accident reports. So, at the end of the day, though, my job is to represent my district. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. And since you're not happy, maybe we need to go into conference and really have a serious conversation about the district lines in the TAA. So I'm not hiding it from you. But at the end of the day, I need to do what's right for the core Iron Range. Representative Scraba, thank you for caring about the people of the core Iron Range before politics and power. That's a true Ranger. Range first. That ain't a slogan for me. I'm not trying to go anywhere else. I'm trying to represent the people. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So you guys wanted to pull back the curtain. Well, you did. And you're right, that agency is good. But I'm not going to let you guys take advantage of us anymore. I'm going to take care of the core range. This is a good tax bill, though. I mean, with Chair Newton and then Chair Gomez and all of that, that's what this is about. That is what this is about. That was moving to me. Representative Newton, you knew down in the caucus that we all wanted it. We all wanted it. Even Chair Gomez wanted it, right? But it is something. But to change everybody's heart and to watch that happen, you know why I'm a Democrat? I'm a real conservative one, but I care for people. I care for the range. And when I have a net tax capacity of a little over 500 and we produce it all, and I'm watching everybody else grow and develop and prosper and diversify, and then people vote, I can't say vote, but they vote against bonding. I mean, I supported to give, what's that called, Highway 35, money out of the IRRB to create jobs. Certain people didn't even support that. So if somebody wants to stand up, give their opinion, I'm going to stand up and fight. And I ain't backing down. Chair Gomez, this is one heck of a tax bill. I thank you for believing in me, believing in your team, seeing what this really is. See, I will tell you, though, that the agency did know, and I will tell you that we are working with my senator. I'm working with mayors that are not in my district to try to help them, and that's all being worked out. And we're getting language being drafted right now with other colleagues, people that aren't trying to kill everything. And we're going to make the bill better. But it's going to take care of the core iron range where the money's generated. So, hope you guys have a good night. I told everybody to get a bag of popcorn because as soon as people want to start talking about the range, I ain't afraid to talk about the range and say the truth. And by God, I'm going to protect the people that I represent. Vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Really? Must I? Okay. I've said a lot. I've said plenty. I'm just going to keep it real brief. I'm going to say thank you. I'm going to say thank you, Representative Listagard. We just saw what it is to work with him and okay, yeah, I mean, we have some bumps. We do all right, though. We do all right at the end of the day. Just the care, the care and the passion that he brings for his community. And, he's taught me a lot, and I've learned a lot about other parts of the state that are different than the one that I work for. Vice Chair Norris also expands my perspective on the regular. Thank you. And I said to him when we were just chatting earlier that you do hard things for our team and for me, and I just really deeply appreciate you. Thank you very much. And every member on the tax committee is the best committee, as we've heard. It's fun, we have a good time. We dig into meaty issues and we do so in a way I think that's respectful and that's productive, and that's the energy that people bring to the committee, and I really, really appreciate that. So thank you, everybody. Thanks to all of the members of the tax committee, especially Representative Davids, who I think had to take off, but the way that he is on the floor is the way that he is to me in committee, and he's always kind and supportive and understanding of me and the mistakes that I make as a new chair, and so I think that if the vibes feel good in the tax committee, which I think they often do, it's because it's not just like me, it's not just David's, it's all of us, and so I really thank everybody for bringing that. When we're talking about one of the places where we differ the most, I think it really matters. It matters for the institution that, the seriousness and the open-mindedness that people can bring to those conversations. Of course, our incredible staff, dream team indeed. Our property tax division and taxes pages, Joe Schatz and Alec Sanchagrin, Commissioner Marquardt and Joanna Bears, to our incredible House researchers. For some of them, this was an easier year, and for some of them, this was a much harder year. And so that was like an interesting thing to be like, oh, sometimes when you have a multi-billion-dollar bill, you know, versus a $50 million bill, it's like different people have different workloads, and, you know, they all just, as I've said before, you know, I really think about us coming and going, you know, these seats kind of changing, and the constant that they are, and how much care that they have for the people of Minnesota. Like, it's not just us who get voted for who care about this state functioning well, and the people here having the opportunities that they need to have good lives. Our nonpartisan staff bring that ethic to this place every single day. And obviously we would be lost without them. Jared Swanson, Sean Williams, Chris Clayman, and Alex Hagler. Our fiscal analyst, Katrina Highmark, who's new to our team, and she's doing such an awesome job under the able tutelage of Cynthia Templin, who, if you've worked with her, you know she knows things about this budget. I'll tell you. She's taught me a couple. I have more to learn. Our revisors, Maureen Sandy and Evan Powell, and of course our partisan staff. Lead David's already told you about Sam Moyer and his great work. And you know, taxes is not the easiest topic, and you've just done a really great job in your first year, and so thank you. And thank you for, you know, the relationships between partisan staff matter a lot for our work too. And I you know, the relationships between members, of course, are important, but also, you know, just the willingness to be communicative, to be flexible with each other, I think is really important. Our DFL researcher, Sean Haydorn, thank you so much. These guys really just do so much to support us, and we're really very lucky to have them. To our House media, Rob Hubbard, who for the first few years I was in taxes, I was like, who's that lobbyist who's here every single day? And then I asked somebody, and they're like, that's your DFL, or that's your House media person. And that guy Rob knows so much about taxes, I'm sure of it. I'm just like, they sit in our committees every day and watch everything that happens, and so I'm thankful to him. And to our committee legislative assistants, to Lauren Sabis and Carl Kazi, just amazing. We're so lucky to have them. And of course, my committee administrator, Patrick McQuillan, who you'll always see by my side in this work. And I couldn't do it without him, and I'm so grateful. I don't even know where he is. He's around. Oh, you're over there. Hi. Thank you. Okay, so those are my thank yous. That's the main thing that I want to say. We talked about this bill. I'm proud of our bill. I'm proud of our tax bill. We passed last year the best child tax credit in the country. Thanks to all of you, thanks to the governor. And our bill makes it better by instituting advanced payments, and through Vice Chair Norris's bill that includes 18-year-olds, because as we know, if you got an 18-year-old and they're in your house and they're your dependent, they cost no less money than that 17-year-old. So I was really glad that he worked on that, and that we were able, you know, to expand the child tax credit, our great child tax credit, a little bit. You know, I talked about the direct file tool that we have for Minnesotans in our tax bill. This is going to make filing taxes easier. You're not going to have to go through, you know, a bunch of efforts to sell you an extra product. You're not going to have to you know, have hidden fees added to your account when you're just trying to file your taxes, which for most of us it's like it's information that the Department of Revenue already has, so there's no reason for us not to move forward with that. We help advance really important issues in our communities in this bill. We have grants to counties for recycling. We have money for counties for an increase in aid for homelessness. We help to support Vita sites across the state of Minnesota, which help low-income people to file their taxes, in person. And I'm really, we heard a lot about their great work, and I'm really committed to ensuring that they have the resources they need to scale that work up so that more people across the state have access to those services. And finally, some of my colleagues did say this isn't like the worst tax bill they've ever seen. They neglected to mention it doesn't raise taxes. It only cuts taxes. I'm serious, believe it or not. So, somebody that an author that I love says the only lasting truth is change. Change can happen, change is possible. I think we demonstrated that today. I can change my mind. And so I thank you for the graciousness of that moment. And you can change your mind too, and you can vote green on this great tax bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Keeler.
Keeler, aye.
Keeler, aye. Cagle.
Kegel, aye.
Cagle, aye. Pulowski.
Pulowski, aye.
Pulowski, aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 60 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for today is Senate File 5289. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 5289. Number 3 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to economic development, the third engrossment.
Representative Hassan, before you explain your bill, do you want to put the House language into your bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a DE because we're trying to adapt to the better language, which is the House language. So we're just going to swap the Senate language for the House language. Thank you.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Hassan moves to amend Senate File number 5289, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 5205.
Representative Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like I said, this is the better language, so please vote for it. Thank you.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Nope. Oh, I apologize. We have to... We are now voting on the Hassan amendment. My apologies. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion prevails. Now I do amendment, right? There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend Senate File number 5289, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Schultz, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the chance to just offer this quick and simple and easy amendment for us tonight, members. We have an amendment before us to ensure that we're adding some additional eligibility requirements for the disabled worker program. And so we have a few quick words, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words, just to add in a little bit of additional information to ensure that it is Minnesota workers and those who have been displaced from their jobs who see the benefits to the gosh, what's the name of the program? The dislocated worker program, and to ensure that we are benefiting Minnesota's residents with our requirements for that program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage support.
Representative Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Rep. Schultz, for the amendment. We already have, rules and regulations and policies, and indeed policies on the dislocated worker program. It has eligibility requirement, and the first one says, for somebody to be eligible for this program, you have to be eligible to work in the U.S. The second one says you have to be a Minnesota resident. If you want this information, I can share this with you, but these rules already exist. They're in the books, and I don't think we need to double down. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Daniels. Johnson, I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Schultz, thank you for this amendment. There's a reason that this is important. Rules can be changed real easy by the departments. It's much better if it's in statute. By putting it in statute, the department cannot change it. That's why it is important that we put this in statute. Members, please support the amendment.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is really quick and simple. I do appreciate that the department has put in the provisions under their own guidance, and I think that this is an important protection that is in line with the protections that the department has already adopted, and thus now it's great, especially at this time, Mr. Speaker, that we put this into law to ensure that our dollars are supporting Minnesotans. So I'm going to request a roll call.
Roll call being requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then just to this very point, if we have agreement from the department that this is the policy that we should have, it should be in law. And the reason it should be in law, Mr. Speaker, is because Minnesota has become a top 5 destination for illegal immigrants coming to our state. And thus, a ton of our public services have become overrun by people who are here illegally, meaning Minnesotans are losing out on the benefits of the taxpayers of Minnesota. And so we need to ensure that our dollars are protecting Minnesota workers, especially those who have been displaced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote green.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had some really interesting data that seems like it would be highly relevant. The Cato Institute, which is a conservative-leaning libertarian organization with a mission to originate, disseminate, and advance solutions based on principles of individual liberty, limited government, free markets, and peace, did a really helpful study on the question of what is the relative contributions or burden of immigrants in the United States. And they found in a recent report that, quote, the receipts to outlay ratio for the first generation is greater than 1 for every level of government and in total, meaning that the first generation pays more taxes than it consumes in benefits, which seems relevant. Also, there's this organization called the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, and they also looked into this. And they said that in reality, this group, which they were talking about undocumented immigrants doesn't represent a significant cost or burden to the taxpayer's bottom line. And I think we all, at least on your side of the aisle, kind of trust what the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce has to say. So it sounds like immigration is really important to our economy and to our tax base. And for that reason, I do not think that this amendment is necessary, and I support Chair Hassan.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will now call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll? No.
Carroll, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Keeler.
Keeler, no.
Keeler, no. Cagle.
Hagel, no.
Cagle, no. Pulowski.
Pulowski? No.
Pulowski, no. Walgamot.
Wolgamott? No.
Walgamot, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 67 nays, the amendment does not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk, and the clerk will now give the bill third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 5289, as amended.
Third reading, as amended. Discussion. The member from Mower, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I wanted to highlight one specific part of this bill that I'm really proud to be able to author, and I want to thank you, Chair Zhang, for hearing this bill and for the bipartisan support that it received. One of the things that, I talk about in other places is just how we've created a dependency on grants that go to a lot of nonprofits, and that has constantly bothered me. But what I do appreciate is when we're able to see money go directly to something that will have a ripple effect and that is not a nonprofit. So the bill that I was able to author and has been included in this bill is a small amount, one-time appropriation that actually it creates a training program at Riverland Community College to create a program that will help get water operators and wastewater treatment operators certifications. This is something that it was the #1 priority in southeastern Minnesota, and so I was really excited to be able to carry this bill. We carried it in '23. It wasn't heard. Got it back again, and Chair Zhang was very kind enough to hear it. One of the things that I am excited about is that this is something that is a relatively small investment that's going to have a giant impact. I mean, something where when we kind of did a survey of how many short wastewater treatment operators and water operators are we missing or are we needing, and either missing or are going to be retiring in the next 5 years, we put out the call to southern Minnesota about, hey, can you give me an email or something about how much, if you're in this boat, would you be benefiting from this training program? And the amount of emails that we received was overwhelming. And so we know this is a need. We know that this type of targeted investment that is going to create a pathway for this training program is going to be impactful. And since it is a core function of government to have clean water, it is really important that this investment was made this year. So I'm really hoping, knowing that it was bipartisanly supported in the other body, I'm hoping that as this goes into conference, that it's something that will be continued to be supported. So thank you again, Chair Zhang, for including this, and I look forward to seeing that this will be included in the final bill as we go on for final passage. Thank you so much, Chair.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chair Zhang, and thank you, Lead Baker. Workforce Committee was an honor to listen and to learn, and probably towards 3/4 way through, when I was listening and learning, I wondered what we could do for Greater Minnesota and for the state with nursing. And Chair Zhang said, write some bills. And that's what I did, and I'm happy to see that this will have bipartisan, I believe, support for the state. The nursing bill is really creating a center of excellence using the University of Minnesota and the state schools. We have a huge nursing shortage issue in the state, serving on the Aging Task Force and also the Emergency Service Task Force. This isn't a program that's going to serve just northern Minnesota. It really, truly will benefit the state. I believe we need 535,000 nurses, and we're graduating like 55,000 nurses. So we have a huge problem and a very aging population. And so I'm very happy that Chair Zhang saw that as a concern for the state. The other three are more regional, but the $100,000 for Lake County Ambulance is really a pilot program to try that would benefit that North Shore between St. Louis County and Cook County, Lake County. It's in Lake County, but that whole region is a place that the entire state travels. We need to have ambulance services, and this is a program that allows students in 11th and 12th grade to have the funding so that when they graduate, they will be able to have a job. The other program is to create a career technical education program to grow the trades, bringing 3 high schools together in the region to get the unions involved in a more comprehensive, streamlined way, and the Chamber of Commerce and those programs that you're all familiar with, which believe will serve as a pilot for the North too. And the fourth thing is for Duluth Public Schools to initiate the trades in the middle school level through the computer programs that allow for students to learn what career possibilities are. Because sometimes if you can't see it, you don't even know it's a possibility. So I thank Chair Zhang for the possibilities that are available for the North and for the state, and I support the bill. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Weens.
A little trouble there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Zhang, Lead Baker, fellow members of workforce and staff. I enjoyed my time. In fact, that was sort of my Wednesday good feeling committee to go to. There were so many energized nonprofits that were doing good work, and I enjoyed especially those that had a really high charitable giving ratio, and I would ask them, what's the secret sauce? How did you break the code? How are you able to do your mission with such just a high rate of return? And they would go on and basically tell me what the secret sauce was. And a lot of it was on the volunteer side, the professionals they had come in and maybe not paying a whole lot to the staff that were in the nonprofit and making certain it went to the core mission. And of course, at least the way my brain works, and this is beat into me in the military, it's mission, intent, and desired end state. So what are we trying to do? And some of my conversations with Deed about what is our placement ratio, how many folks are actually going in and getting a living wage job. I finally developed a bill, a bipartisan bill, and adapted that as an amendment to the committee. It didn't pass, but the importance is that we maintain our trust, not only with our taxpayers, but also those that we serve. That we're saying, hey, we are giving this grant that's administered to a great organization that is going to help you with the job skills or the cultural or language skills if you're a new Minnesotan. And I was hoping that that would pass and be a resource that we could use, especially next year, because I think there will be some changes and we'll have to probably make some hard decisions. One of those experiences in my life that made me really think about what we're trying to do, kind of in the wake of the feeding the future issue, and I see that as an opportunity for us to maintain that trust with the public. I think there's so many voices out there about doubting government's ability to get things done, that we need to correct that, and we need to do that in a bipartisan way. My last duty assignment, I was selected as a by name to join the three-star command that was transitioning in the National Capital Region. I had served with the three-star general before K3 in Afghanistan, and we had worked on anti-corruption and counter-corruption and with the Afghan national security forces and government to make certain that the resources that they were given went to the purpose that they were for, in helping them establish an IG office. And culturally, that was really not something that they wanted to do. And we had to encourage them, because the donor nations at a certain point are not going to want to continue to give resources if you're not using them for what they're intended to do. Well, fast forward, coming to DC with K3, and K3 sitting down with his new command elements, and he asks the question to this new staff that he's just joining, and we're assisting him. So what's your success metrics? And the first guy stands up very proudly, and he says, we're spending all the budget that we've been given. We'll have it totally spent. And if you give us more, we can spend that too. And K3's face, glaring at this officer, visually ripped his face off and crapped down his throat. And that officer didn't understand. This is one of those behavioral modification things. K3 kept his composure, and he said, success metrics. Spending money, spending the people's money is not a success metrics. What that is you're spending a resource to achieve a certain goal. What is your desired end state? What are you trying to get at? And the officer was fumbling. And K3 goes back to him, it is readiness. We're building readiness. We need your success metrics. So went on to transform that command to make certain it was meeting that intent. In DC, a lot of times it's spending resources. The military is famous for it. I mean, at one point, when I entered service, we had the $500 toilet seats. And Command Sergeant Major, whenever you dump a lot of money into something and you don't have controls, things are going to go haywire. So having said all that, Chair Zhang, thanks. It was a pleasure. I wish you would have taken the success metrics, but they're still out there if you want to use them next year. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I've been spending a lot of time going through this bill and trying to figure out exactly how this bill is going to benefit and strengthen our workforce. And I think I figured it out. The best I can come up with is that this bill is going to support a whole lot of executive directors of nonprofits throughout the state. That's what we're actually funding in this bill. We're paying salaries for executive directors of nonprofits. That's the workforce we are considering and benefiting and building up in this bill. What a racket! What a racket! It's just shocking that after all the, I mean, at least you pulled out that one nonprofit that was very directly engaged with feeding our future. At least you had the good sense to pull that one out. But these direct appropriations to nonprofits are wild. We're not strengthening workforce. I would love, I can't wait until we come back and we have an opportunity to actually dig into these and see just what exactly we have accomplished with all of this spending. What is it, $17 million in spending on these nonprofits? $17 million on these nonprofits, mostly. There are a few good projects in here. That's usually the case, right? There's a few nuggets. But nope, $17 million that is going to go to pay for salaries of nonprofit executive directors. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. I don't know how you vote for this bill. $17 million. I'm going to need a pretty big Tupperware container for $17 million. Store that in there. Unreal. Unreal. Members, we have to get to a point where we are willing to say enough is enough. We have to be willing to get to a point where we actually choose to put money in programs that are vetted and work. We have to get to a point, there's a hard concept in leadership, but when you are a leader, the hardest thing you can do is say no to your friends. That's the hardest thing to do, is say no to your friends. One of my mayors was here just yesterday, and I said, I'm sorry. No. That's what you gotta do, folks. But with the length of this bill, with the list of these projects, with this $17 million, it's very clear that you have not figured that out. You have not figured that out. This bill does not show leadership. This bill shows cronyism. This bill shows that we're going to prop up dozens of nonprofits, pay their executive director salaries, and not worry about actually doing good work with this money. We got to figure out how to be leaders in this body. We have to figure out how to care about results, how to care about being good stewards of the resources that are in our care. That's our job. It's not our job to say yes to every friend who runs a nonprofit who knocks on our door. It's wrong. It's embarrassing. Stand up. Stand up. Be bold. Be leaders. Good grief. Learn to say no, folks. Learn to say no. Learn to care about actual results. This bill, what we're talking about here is workforce. Let's actually build workforce. It's the #1 problem we have in this state. Across all sectors, across everything, this is the #1 thing that we hear from folks. Workforce, workforce, workforce. But this bill, it's like Oprah. You get an executive director, and you get an executive director, and you get an executive director. We're just gonna pay all your salaries. Maybe someday we will care, but clearly that is not this day.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Speaker. It's been a long day, and I mean, I guess it's already almost 9:30. But I wanted to make sure that we take a moment to thank Chair Hassan for her tireless work to create jobs and support Minnesota's workforce, while also giving folks another reason to vote green tonight. That's because, most important, I guess for me, I want to thank her for including my bill, House File 4249, in this jobs funding bill to create the new Explore Minnesota Film Office. It's also my bill this year, but it's a culmination of decades of work by others before me, like Chair Les Lagarde, and so just want to thank him for that, even though he's probably taking a break after the tax bill. And so I want to bring this up also and thank him for getting us this far, because this new office in the state of Minnesota would be tasked with the oversight of film production job programs and the film production tax credit that most of us passed last year, along with promoting Minnesota as a place for film and television production. This will be a boon to our economy in Minnesota and make our state a leader in the film industry. And in case you're wondering, it is not a nonprofit. But most important tonight, I just want to make sure that Chair Hassan gets her flowers before you leave us, because you have done so much for us here. So thank you for your work and your vision. Vote green.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've noticed a few things in this bill. Representative New Brindley, some nonprofits do good. AEOA is a very good organization. It stretches from northern Minnesota all the way to Sandstone, and they do a lot of good work. Representative Igo got some funding for a bus garage to help. The PFA, as a mayor of Ely, Minnesota, I worked with the PFA a lot with WIF funding, all these different funds, and they're in here. One of the things I will talk about a little bit on the water infrastructure funding program, they doubled the amount from $5 million to $10 million that you can use, which is a great idea, but somehow nobody put any money in the WIF account, and we're low on the WIF account. So having more is good, but we need more in it to make it work. These are the accounts that get rated by the PFA, public, my brain is going here 1,000 miles an hour, Public Finance Authority, and those dollars are vetted by these different organizations. So it's not just going willy-nilly. Everybody knows where the money's going, and you have to have a need, and you have to do different things. So I see some of these projects in here really are going to make a difference in greater Minnesota. I applaud them for doing that. And I just want to make sure that the people in my communities know that we're working hard for them, and we're trying to keep things going so it makes Minnesota a livable state to live in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just in regards to Representative Lee's comment on Explore Minnesota establishment of the film board, I've been in a couple of films in Minnesota, been honored to be a part of that, and as a photographer and a videographer, I know the importance of that on the economy. The movie A Simple Plan was filmed in Delano. I played a Academy Award-winning performance in that film. If you freeze frame the film, you can see my performance. It was very good, and it was very good for the economy of Delano and Wright County. Grumpy Old Men, of course, was filmed, Mighty Ducks, several others. But folks, I also have a good friend in Wright County who works in the film industry. He worked on many, many films in Hollywood. I won't mention all of them. But he was very excited that we passed several years ago they had the snow bait when Jesse Ventura was our governor, and then the governor took it away because I don't know why he took it away, but with that, so did many films. They left Minnesota. So then we established another Minnesota Film Board to bring in money here. Now, as a businessman, and I had some kickback from my conservative friends because they said, well, you shouldn't be subsidizing Hollywood. Well, that may be the case, but unless you build it, they will not come. So if a film production company comes to Minnesota and wants to put in 5 or 10 or 20 million, I think it's fair to say we can give them 25% of the money that they spent in our state, including restaurants, hotels, gas stations, and caterers, and several others. I'm fine with that. I think that's good economic sense and good business sense to give them a portion of the money they came back. But we're spending a lot of money to establish a new Explore Minnesota Film Board. Explore Minnesota Film. We already have a board, and unfortunately, they weren't as successful as they should have been. We put millions of dollars into a kitty to attract Hollywood to come here and other industrial films. It's not only Hollywood, folks. Many industrial films, such as Ecolabs and 3M and some of our Fortune 500 companies, film here in Minnesota. And they too should have an opportunity to have some of that money that they spent, first and foremost. But this particular money that you're establishing a new film board called Explore Minnesota Film is, Representative Lee, I hope that it is successful because what they have done in the past has not worked. My friend, I'll call him Pete, it's not his name, but again, he's worked on many films in Minnesota and elsewhere. It's been dead for many years. He's had to seek some other employment. We've established millions of dollars as a film credit. Some of my friends don't agree with that. Fine, I can fight that. I'm okay with that, as long as I get a good role in the film. But it's not worked. It's not brought the kind of film that we want here to Minnesota. It's not brought the economy, the economic vitality that we hoped there would be, like in Georgia. Many films are produced in Georgia, TV shows, Netflix, and primetime video, all of those. Many, many films in Georgia, because they have a very robust film rebate program. But Representative Lee, we're spending millions of dollars to create another film board that was a failure from the past. I truly hope that this works, but I'm afraid that if I'm still here in a couple of years, I hope I don't say I told you so, that it was a failure. I hope not. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I want to be optimistic. But we've done this already. We've had a Minnesota Film Board. And we've given them, you and I, who voted, I voted, I think, last year, or whenever it was, to give them money, and got a little pushback in my district. And I'm okay to defend that, because it brings economic vitality to our communities, small towns. Representative Listegard was in a film, too. He's a movie star. He's not even here, but you should look him up as well. He's a movie star in a couple of movies. But it has not worked before. So what makes you think spending another couple of $1 million with a new film board called Explore Minnesota Film Board will work? And it didn't before. What's the Einstein's quote of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again is insane. Expecting different results. Thank you, Representative Nelson. I hope this works. And I don't want to ramble on because it's late in the night. It's Friday night. Some of our rural members have hours to drive. I only have an hour. Some have 6 to 4. Some of your rural metro members you're home in no time. But it hasn't worked before. And we spend and we spend and we spend. This particular bill, Representative Hassan, spends a lot of money. I wrote it down here, but it's millions of dollars. Oh yeah, $17 million. Some of that is from last year's general fund. That's carried over. I get that. Because we didn't spend it last year, so we'll bring it into this year. That's a good thing, I guess. We already voted for it. But, last year, and you've heard this before, and I'll be brief, I promise. You spent the $18 billion surplus and another $10 billion in new spending. When I got elected, it was $34 billion in 2011-12. That was our budget, $34 billion in 2011-12. It's 14 years later, and we're almost at $52 billion and growing. Or no, 72, yeah, from last year, $72 billion. There's been no reason, in many folks' opinion, that after spending $10 million last year, plus the $18 billion surplus, that we should spend any money more today. In some of your bills, in the majority, there are very important projects. Some are just necessity, and some are wants. But we have to have control. Representative New Brindley stated it as well. We have no control in spending. Do you really think we should spend another $500 million after spending what we spent last year? Almost record proportion of spending? With spending comes taxation. I don't know, that's the message I take back to my district, folks. At the end of the day, this year, because last year was very difficult, I won't bring in some of the social issues, because that was heart-wrenching. But this year, the spending, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, is that what they call you nowadays? Representative Sapke? The spending is just, to put another generation in debt is immoral. We've read that from our founding fathers. I think Thomas Jefferson said that. And we will continue to put them in debt with this spending, as our Minnesota management budget had indicated that in 25, 26, or 26, 27, that we'll be in a deficit. As I look through your bill, Representative Hassan, the spending, spend. And again, Representative Hassan, there are some worthy causes. Everything is a worthy cause, in some opinion, but we have to control our spending. I don't know, I became a grandpa for the second time 3 weeks ago, and some of my friends are moving out of the state. They're going to a state that's a tax-free on their estate tax, called the death tax, their Social Security tax, their tax-free, and an income tax. Now, I'm just a poor photographer from Wright County, from Delano, but some of my friends that I work with, they can save as much money going to a free state because you've taxed them to death. And I hate to pick on the film board or your Representative Lee, because I'm an avid fan of the cinema, and I'm in favor of spending some money to create money. That's a good thing. But your bill is more money on a project that has failed for the last 4 or 5 years. So unless the language in your bill has hard love, you ever hear of hard love, the school of hard love? Unless your bill really gets to the heart of having every penny spend money to create it wealth, it'll fail just like the last film board. I hope that you looked at those issues. There's much more important things to talk about than just the film board, but they've not done a good job. And my friend who I mentioned works in the film industry. There's no business. How much did we spend? Could I ask someone to yield for a question? What did we spend last year for the Minnesota Film Board? Who can I ask? Anybody? 25 million is what I heard. And he and many others are not working. Not for Hollywood, not for industrial, not for campaigns. Oh, I take that back, folks. My friend worked on many campaigns, several for the DFL, and several for Congress and Senate, because they got more money than we here in the House and the Senate. But other than that, there has generated no business. And here we spent millions of dollars to entice the film industry, including Hollywood and our local companies here, to spend money here in Minnesota, and there's no business. It's a shame. And again, I'll quote our founding fathers, it's immoral to spend money and put our next generation in debt. And that's what we're doing here. Representative Lee, I sincerely hope that your section of the bill will bring in economic vitality and money into our state to help pay down our debt. And I'll help you with that if you want. The simple plan, look at the film. It's a great film, Bill Paxton and Billy Bob Thornton, Bridget Fonda. I have a pretty good scene in there myself. But we need to be careful spending our tax dollars on projects and industry that we know in the past has not done so well.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I am sitting here tonight and contemplating what things I would be doing on a Friday night, I think about sitting around the fire with my friends and just inviting everybody around the lake to come and enjoy an awesome night like tonight is. And oftentimes when we're doing that, and I'm sure that this happens to many of you, you oftentimes easily divulge into what's happening at the Capitol, what's going on, what bills are they trying to pass, what are the priorities, what do you see in this session? Are they focusing on things like the flag? People are concerned about the flag back home in central Minnesota, and I think that will get its day in the sun. But on nights like tonight, around a fire, you also get questions about bills like this one that are spending money, spending taxpayer dollars, and handing them to organizations that don't fulfill the mission of economic development. And so I wanted to ask, would Representative Koznick yield?
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Koznick, what would you say the purpose and the mission of the Economic Development Committee is?
Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Representative Schultz is the GOP lead on economic development. I'll just want to thank my committee members, both on both sides of the aisle. But for our side of the aisle, we kind of established 3 pillars, kind of broad-ranging, but generally we feel that the economic development dollars and the work at DEED should encourage and support diversity of sectors across the state and across sectors, a variety of different businesses and industries that are robust, that are resilient, and they're modern, and that they would be current. We also, Representative Schultz, want to enable innovation, ingenuity, and encourage the entrepreneurial spirit by promoting a business climate that's responsive to the needs of business and the speed of business as well, with policy and programs that work to reduce bureaucracy and also the burdensome regulations. And then the third pillar that we have that we think is important to creating a strong economic development in the state of Minnesota, that of course we want to promote economic growth and activity that's statewide, not just in one part of the state. And I think in many cases, I think Chair Hassan has, and the committee has worked well to try to balance out targeting both all areas of the state. But we also want to make sure that the growth and the activity, we're not just flourishing in different regions, but also competitive, not within the state, but within the world. And so those are kind of the areas that we on our side of the aisle take a look at and hope that the committee can try to use the resources that are given to the state of Minnesota within the committee and throughout DEED to kind of focus on those 3 areas.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just find that important. When we're talking about spending another $17 million of our taxpayer dollars, there are some concerns within this bill. Look, there's no way it could match last year's bill where $500 million went to nonprofit organizations. And yet, this one still has several concerning provisions and additional appropriations that are going to nonprofit organizations. And it's just plain bizarre. Like, we have grown government so much during these last 2 years that not only is state government growing and do we have new state government agencies and something like 2,000 new state employees, but now we have a bill before us where the only jobs that are being created are just those to pay people within nonprofit organizations. And, you know, whether we're looking at Propel or the New American Development Center, frankly, there's a big part of me that thinks that the appropriation to the New American Development Center is nothing more than skirting state laws around assisting people who are coming to our country illegally. I mean, I can't tell you all the things that organization does. I can't tell you every single person who walks through their door. But there's $1 million in this bill that's being handed to that nonprofit organization. And while I'm sure there is some good that comes from that and benefits people who are here legally, I'm also quite certain that that organization also serves people who are here illegally. And if this is about economic development, we should get back to the very basics. And to Representative Koznick's point on the principles and priorities that we should be focused on, it should be focused upon growth and setting up government, whether on a local level, but here certainly at the state level, to enhance entrepreneurship, to enhance local communities' ability to invite private investment in our communities. That's what this should be about. And certainly over a long period of time, the past leaders of the state have set up some positive programs that have allowed for economic development and for growth. And those are the basics that we need to get back to, focusing on things like infrastructure, focusing on things like building out new business parks that bring more growth and private investment in this state. That's what we need to be focused upon. But frankly, this bill, this $17 million, I don't know that it's going to help create any new jobs. I really don't. I've been through it quite significantly, and I haven't heard from any debate that's happened so far that there's a certain target of, for our $17 million, here are 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000 new jobs that are going to be created, or even projected to be created because of the new development that's going to happen because of this. Instead, what I think we see with some of these handouts to nonprofit organizations, we're paying for people's salaries at a nonprofit organization, or just missing the mark entirely. And so I get concerned about the general direction that we're going. We need to work to protect the taxpayers' dollars. At the end of the day, it's that. Because people back home around the fire, they think that $500,000 to go to Propel or the New American Development Center, $1 million, they think that's wasteful. That's what they think. And they think that their money should be back in their pockets because they know how to spend it best, especially in an economy like the one we live in today, where people are having a hard time paying for their groceries or their electric bill and finding a job where their family income can grow. With the high costs of products, goods, and services, we can't have this sort of irresponsible legislation that is ultimately going to make Minnesota more unaffordable, considering that we already have a deficit on the horizon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Dakota, Representative Ryer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a really good bill, and I've been honored to be on both the Economic Development Committee, chaired by Chair Hassan, and on the Workforce Development Committee, chaired by Chair Zhang. And the thing about this bill is that if you look just at my suburban district, Eagan and Burnsville, it's a microcosm. We have people from dozens of countries, dozens of cultures, dozens of education levels and needs, and people with disabilities, people who have been homeless, people with substance abuse issues, mental health issues, all of the people who you can see in this bill who have programs designed for them, led by people who understand them and who can connect with them. It's not a one-size-fits-all type of need. We cannot set up a cookie-cutter assembly line for workforce and economic development and expect it to help our state continue to thrive and the people in it be able to blossom. Now, I want to talk about one bill, the one that I have in here, as an example of a success. It's the Minnesota Family Resilience Partnership. It's been around in Minnesota since 1982. It used to be called the Displaced Homemakers Program. It serves about half people with disabilities, half people of color, about 95% women. And if you would imagine being someone who had spent their life caring for their family, living in their home, doing all of the things that make a house a home if that's your life, and suddenly your partner's gone, divorce, death, and you're not only bereft, but you have no way of knowing how you're going to be able to take care of yourself. This program comes in, it uses 6 nonprofits across the state in a network serving 50-some counties in the state and providing incredible value, incredible outcomes, costing about $1,500 per participant per year compared to an average deed cost of over $3,000, and with an incredible return on investment. But the thing that it makes it stand out is the results of women, men, people, non-binary people, trans people who go there, all of the people being able to say, I now have a future. I now have the ability to know how I'm going to care for myself, care for my family. I've been able to count on my community to lift me up, and lifting up the people in our state, lifting up the people in our communities is what these programs do. It's why I am so proud to support this bill, and I ask you all, vote green.
The member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick, was just there. As an entrance. All right, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you. I was thinking maybe we had a few more speakers, but I want to thank Chair Hassan for her work on the committee as a retiring member. Like I said in committee, you've represented your community very well and did a fantastic job chairing the committee, so you can be proud of that work. And also understanding that, this isn't a budget year, so I didn't expect a big budget target. We did an incredible amount of spending last year. Has been said, we grew government 40%, the huge $72 billion budget. And yet this bill still spends $17 million, not a lot of it in the economic development area compared to the workforce area. And we just heard the tax bill, and there were some good provisions that our members offered as amendments to offer permanent long-term tax relief. And that is, to me, a part of economic development for entrepreneurs to lower the burdens on business owners, small business owners, mom and pop shops, to continue to thrive and achieve their dreams. And so we missed the mark here again this year. We're going to spend, I think, over a $500 million in supplemental spending in addition to the funds that we spent last year. And so I think there was, that should be our focus. And, they were kind of proud that the tax bill didn't raise taxes this year, but I would actually disagree with that statement. The local sales tax option that would have to be collected by small businesses, the entrepreneurs that we generally try to help in this committee. The local sales option tax would increase the cost on families throughout the state, an estimated $430 million a year. So that's almost $1 billion in a biennium. So in fact, we're continuing to spend and grow government, and the previous bill actually did raise taxes about $1 billion a year just in that provision alone. So the money in this bill could have been spent to actually give tax relief that would help all small businesses and entrepreneurs, and many of them are young, new American families, first-generation Minnesotans. And to reduce the tax burden, the regulations is equally important to these small businesses, whether you've been in business 1 year or 15 years, or my friend here, how many years have you had your business? 35. 35 years. Every year, there continues to be burdens and regulations, and they keep getting more expensive and more burdensome. And so I think reducing the overall burdens on the entrepreneur spirit in Minnesota is something that overall this legislature is missing. Yes, we want to help new Americans, new immigrants, and new business owners, but continuing to add to the tax burden, continuing to add regulations. We talked about the labor bill a couple days ago or yesterday, and all the regulation that goes into that disenfranchises people to even get into business or makes them close their doors when they've had a good opportunity and working hard, but they still can't make it. And so we want to help incentivize those who take risk and endeavor to achieve their own dreams of starting or operating their own business. And I want to give you an example. One of the things that we did was sometimes we give the grants. I'm trying to remember the type of grant. It was for a startup business in the medical. I can't remember the exact grant program. But it was a couple college kids that actually came from my district. They went to high school in Lakeville. A couple of them were, I think, hockey players too, but then they went off to college. They graduated, went off to college, worked hard, got a degree. I think all four of them were three of them were in engineering and one was a business major. And they came back and said, let's start a business. And they're working their tails off in a medical business, and that's where we missed the mark in this bill. We should be investing more in manufacturing. We did a little bit last year, and the money that we provided was half of what was asked, and they've already used up all that money to help other businesses expand and be more productive, to expand and reinvest in their manufacturing businesses. We did a little bit last year with the biomedical and semiconductor, but we need to continue expanding those growing sectors of our state to make our state resilient and continue to grow and be on the cutting edge and be competitive, not just in the country or the Midwest, but like we said, we want to be competitive across the world. And in many areas we were, but I think if you talk to a lot of business people across the state, we're losing that competitive edge that we used to have. 3M really isn't headquartered in Minnesota anymore. They're in Texas if you really count the numbers. So we need to incentivize business owners to continue to work hard and to want to stay here in Minnesota, but we need to incentivize them by reducing the tax burdens, reducing the regulations, and there will be time to offer the grants and stuff that we do, but we've missed the mark the last couple of years by providing long-term tax relief. And so I won't be voting for the bill this year, but I do appreciate the time on the committee, and I wish you the best, Chair Hassan.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for hearing a few moments of my thoughts about the Workforce Development Committee. I think that it was really actually quite fun working with Chair Zhang. I think if the best part of the bill, or the best part about the working with Chair Zhang is you get to hear him speak, because he's a man of a few words. He doesn't speak until he needs to speak, and I think he's looking forward tonight like probably not so much. So, but he's a good guy, and he runs a good committee, and he runs a strong committee, and he got dealt a huge number last year of dollars to hand out. And his goal was to get it out to as many people as he could in a fast manner, and we were like a bonding bill. Literally. We had $500 and some million. That was his target. It's not his fault, it's what he was given. And leadership, this is actually, I think we're hearing folks say, how do we do all this spending? I mean, Representative Schultz and Representative New Brindley, and what happened with all this money? This was not a good decision by the leadership of the DFL to put so much money on that side of the table. When I'm yelling and begging Chair Knorr and Chair Fisher and the folks in our mental health stuff, where's the money? Guys, it was over here. A lot of it was over here. It was too much. It was too much. I think when I first came into the committee last session, I was really excited to be part of something that we could try to, my gosh, I'm an employer. This is a good way. We can really dive into how do we get out of the way for more employers to hire people? How can we do smart things to incentivize people to hire, not just hand out money? I didn't really think about it that way. And I felt like last year, again, huge target, $530-some million. That's almost as much as the state office building expansion. Think about that. And the problem that I have been finding now, a year later, isn't that some of that money is not going to do some good. I'm not saying it was all not, but the thing is, with an office building or bonding bills, you get some brick and mortar when you're all done. You get some cool stuff. And what I'm hoping we get with this, and we really can't really put our fingers on a lot of this stuff, is are we going to have sustaining jobs? Well, we sure hope we will, but we don't have guarantees. We don't know for sure. I think the deed bill coming through later on that'll address some of the work that they need to do with the paid family medical leave is still yet to come. I know that's their highest priority, is to get a lot of their technical clarity in the bill. We need to talk a lot about that. That's another thing. I knew this was going to be an important thing, and I want to really give Chair Zhang a lot of credit, because I was kind of I'm sure I was a thorn in the side many times, because I demanded that we had plenty of time for those kind of conversations, and he honored that. He made sure that happened, and he actually brought the bill back a second time in the first session, and so he's a man of his word, and I really do appreciate that, because we needed to talk a lot about what that was going to do to affect all businesses, all counties, all cities, all school boards, everybody that has an employee of some sort, nonprofits, is going to be affected by employer mandates. And this was where I really wanted to focus on. And we did plenty of that. We didn't get what we wanted, but we sure talked a lot about it. But again, last year, there was over $500 million in this target. About $445 million went directly to appropriations to a lot of nonprofits. DEED is in charge of executing those contracts. Normally, I think DEED will have a $60, $70, $80 million run in a year. This was, again, 5 times that. A couple weeks ago, out of that $445 million that they were trying to get out the door, they still had yet to account for, or not to execute and get out the door, $152 million. hasn't been executed as of a couple weeks ago. This is from the Office of the Legislative Budget Office. So my concern is that even if next year comes around and whoever has the gavels is going to look back and say, well, how was our return on investment? How did we do? A lot of reports are going to be looked for. Well, a lot of these folks aren't going to even have the time to really give us any honest answers because they won't have the time because they received the money a year and a half, 2 years late because they couldn't get it out fast enough. So my main message tonight isn't that we didn't work hard on trying to do some good things, but this was an area that the majority got it wrong when it came to setting your targets, because we really could have used a lot of this money for what I believe government should be a part of, and that's helping people in healthcare. It's helping mental health. It is helping education even though it was a record spending year in education, a lot of money here could have been used, I think, better in priorities that I think government needs to stay in. You know, this year there were people back for second dibs. You know, last year, for example, just one here, P-Fund came back. They got $375,000 last year, and this year they came back, they got $2 more million. And again, the allocations from the general fund, now again, our mother fund, everybody here, is the general fund. We all fight for dollars out of the general fund, right? And last year, that was that $550 million. And this year, the $17 million is out of the Workforce Development Fund. It's a different fund, and it's resupplied with other payments from employers and things, so that's kind of a self-generating fund. I wished a lot more money would have been used out of the Workers' Development Fund last year, and more of the general fund could have been used for things like health care, like roads and bridges, like tax relief, all those kind of things. But again, we have to be really careful with our money. Last year, government did not do well when it came to spending, accountability, and any kind of fiscal restraint. This example of our committee work was, at the end for me, was getting very frustrating. I think even my members could tell after a meeting I was getting angry because we were just doling out money. Now again, we've got money in our side, and again, I thank the committee for that. There's some good projects here. There really, really is on both sides of the aisle. But it felt like a bit of a bonding year, a bonding committee, really, because we went through so many nonprofits. My biggest thing was we were trying to keep up with looking at all the nonprofit websites in the 990s to make sure they were accurate. What are they doing with the money? How long have they been in business? That was a lot to keep up with. So it wasn't like the committee wasn't working hard, trying to do good things. They've got a great administrator over there. I want to thank Casey for doing a great job on our side of things, and Travis did a great job with the DFL team and others. And so and Justin Brill as well. Thank you for that. Yep. And I just want to say, again, if we get these kind of targets, leadership really has to say, is this really where we belong? We built government way too wide this last 2 years. This was part of where we don't know exactly what kind of a return we're going to get on this. And now, in the next few days, we're going to talk about the finance omnibus bills. We're going to be scraping for dollars that should have been done last year. And a lot of it landed here. And I think we could have managed this a whole lot better. So I wish, I'd like to be able to vote for the bill. There's some good things in here, and I really am genuine when I say Chair Zhang did a nice job. Chair Hassan in Economic Development worked hard on these things. But we need to prioritize better when we have limited dollars. We just never know what the future is going to hold, and right now, a lot of us do know we're going to be short. And I sure wish we could turn this time back and say this committee is an area we could have done a lot better planning and less spending, and we could have gotten a lot better results. Thank you, members.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Zhang.
Well, I had written a speech, but I wasn't called before third reading, so I'm going to keep it very short. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am very proud of this workforce bill. It was crafted with the stories that were shared with us from Minnesotans from all across all corners of our state. And to highlight some of the projects here that weren't mentioned yet from many well-established community organizations like the Shakopee Chamber Foundation, a nonprofit organization championed by Senator Pratt and also our very own Representative Brad Tackey, which will help individuals in Scott County pursue careers in high-demand occupations. We also have $240,000 in appropriation led by Chair Vang to the Minnesota Jeja Hmong Workforce Program that will help high school, college, and adults develop skills and hands-on trade programs and mentorship programs with local businesses and entrepreneurs. Not going to CEOs, they're going toward high school kids and programs. We also have an appropriation from Representative Frazier in the amount of $75,000 to the organization Inspired MSP. This investment will help youth get hands-on experience, connect with industries, and exposure to prospective careers. Furthermore, we also are investing $1 million from the Workforce Fund to the nonprofit Lakeview Methodist Health, a nonprofit bill championed by our very own Representative Bjorn Olson and also Senator Rich Draham. This $1 million nonprofit funding will help residents in Fairmount, Minnesota to finish building a state-of-the-art child care center. We had folks who drove many hours down here to the Capitol to share with us their stories. But I'm just a little confused. I'm looking back at some of the fundings that we did in the last decade, and I'm looking at the 2017 jobs bill from Representative Garofalo, and I find here there's a direct appropriation for a nonprofit from Representative Andrew Brindley. Representative Andrew Brindley, you funded $2 million to nonprofit organizations. This is bonkers. I've been waiting all night to say that. I'm going to wrap this up. It's late. We are making an investment of $17 million from the WDF fund to help Minnesotans. These institutions, many who you all have worked with, are required to comply with the rigorous standards passed into law last year regarding grants management. In this bill, we're looking at $15 million coming to the Metro and $10.3 million statewide, including reappropriations. And so I also want to thank Vice Chair Brand for some of the policy provisions here to expand our dislocated worker program. We also have a provision in here championed by Lead Baker that addresses employers who are paying into the UI system that's not accessible to undocumented workers, despite those who claim that undocumented people are dipping into our public funds. Members, thank you for the conversations tonight. As I noted, I'm very proud of this economic development and workforce bill. I want to thank all the Minnesotans who have shared their stories with us these last 2 years. Because of you, we are crafting these policies to address the challenges in our state. I also wanted to express my appreciation to our wonderful workforce development team, our page, to my committee legislative assistant, Bonzi Vu, who is here with us tonight, to our committee administrator, Travis Reese, research staff, DFR research staff, Dave Sullivan, GOP staff research, Casey, Justin Cope from Nonpartisan, Ashley Ng, Anna Cholene, and my media writer, Gina Vega. And I also, again, want to thank our committee members from both sides of the aisle, Lead Baker, Vice Chair Brand, and I also want to thank Speaker Hortman for believing in me, for allowing me to be part of this work to make historical investments this biennium to ensure that the needs of Minnesotans are met. To put 2 chairs from marginalized communities who understand what so many Minnesotans are going through to lead this work for our state. So I want to thank you, Madam Speaker Hortman. And last but not least, I want to give a big thanks to my sister from another mother, Chair Hassan, for being my partner in this work the last 2 sessions. I appreciate you challenging me, pushing me, and I don't know if we're gonna come back here and speak on this bill again, but if this is the last time I get to speak, I just want to say thank you. I'm really gonna miss you. Folks, this bill passed out of committee with bipartisan support, and I look forward to having that again tonight. Vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hassan.
See, he just made me cry, so I don't know how I'm going to speak. Mr. Speaker, members, I know it's late, and I know some of you are going to drive 4 or even more hours, and I want to thank you for your dedication, because if you're not dedicated to this work, you wouldn't be here. You would be with your family. You would be spending Friday night and having dinner with your family, having good conversations near the fire, right? I want to talk about what this bill is not about. A lot has been said about this bill. This bill is not about giving money to our friends. This bill is not about handing lottery tickets. You got one, and you got one, and you got one. I heard something about Oprah handing dollars. I wish that was the case. This bill is not about growing government. We really have to figure out where we strike the balance of, like, we don't want government to grow. We don't want nonprofits to do the work. Then who's doing the work? Because nonprofits, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, I could be wrong, and I'm known to be wrong sometimes. In my opinion, nonprofits are stepping up to fill a hole that government is leaving behind. And government can't do everything. If we want to grow government, that's fine. Let's create another 10 agencies under deed, and let's, expand that and make sure that deed can provide every single, service that our community needs. But we don't want that. We don't want grow government. We don't want to give money to nonprofits. Then who takes care of our communities? And when I say our communities, I'm talking about every single community across the state of Minnesota. Every single community, the people that elected you and put you on those seats, that we go back and beg for their vote, who's going to take care of them? That is the question I would like to ask. This bill, just for the record, spends only $1 million of general fund, $1 million, and $17 million of workforce fund. And I think Lead Baker explained how the workforce funds are allocated, so I'm not going to go back to that. But we also had the opportunity to cancel some funds from last year. We gave $5 million to the city of Bloomington because we were trying to bid for the Expo, World Expo. Well, some people spent $40 million on that bid, so $5 million didn't cut it, so we didn't win. So we got that money back. And Rep. McDonald talked about the film industry. So we're not creating a new film industry. I just want to make sure that we are moving the current nonprofit to Explore Minnesota. And we're only spending $200,000 of general fund and using the film rebate program to pay for the rest. And you asked a question about how much money did we put in. In the last decade, we put in $23.7 million investment. And that resulted $108.7 million in state spending. If you ask me, that sounds like, a good investment. I really want to thank every single member of you guys here. This is probably going to be my last speech on this House floor presenting a bill. I was elected to bring the voice of my community to this chamber. And in the last 6 years, I just did that. That's what I did. Sometimes, people thought I was radical. Sometimes they thought that I was talking about, experience that people can't relate to. But I am an immigrant. Well, let me correct that. I'm a refugee. So I came to this country as a refugee because there's a difference between immigrants and refugees. And we don't have the time tonight to just talk about that. And I came to this country because America was kind enough to give us a second chance. And what was the most important thing for my family? Was getting a job. Simply getting a job. So we could take care of our family. While we always, a lot of people talk about, people ripping people off and, immigrants and people who are undocumented coming here and taking, being a burden to Minnesota and taking something from Minnesota, that is not what my family wanted. My family came here. We all worked really, really hard, put ourselves through school. My mom used to work 3 jobs so she can make sure that every single one of us is fed before we go to school. That is the story that we don't hear in this chamber. That is the story I want to leave you with. And when you remember that the lady from South Minneapolis, that you remember that she was a refugee who worked hard. I went to school and worked full time. And I remember going to grad school and working 8 hours, going to grad school at night, and spending all my Saturday doing homework. If that is not hard work, I don't know what hard work is. So I really want to encourage us to think about when we talk about undocumented people and immigrants and refugees and people who come to Minnesota, to think about, it is not easy to start over. It's not easy to come to an unknown country where you don't understand the language, you don't understand the culture, you don't understand anything, but you're expected to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, guess what? You don't have boots, or your boots don't have straps. And you're coming to a country that has existed 500 years, and people are way advanced than where you came from. That's the reality of our immigrants and undocumented people and refugees and people who are coming here. I tell you that story because it was an honor to serve in this House. It was an honor to serve under Abraham Lincoln. That was my dad's favorite American president. So if he was alive, he would be very proud that his refugee daughter who came to America was serving in this House and looking at Abraham Lincoln every single day. This bill spends money on the portion that's economic development. People echoed that this is not about economic development. Yes, it is about economic development. I represent South Minneapolis. My district was burned to the ground. All the businesses on Lake Street were burned. And when Speaker Horman gave me the gavel, I thought she was very intentional because all I talked about was how our small business community, the mom and pop shops, were not helped by the government when the civil unrest happened, and many of them were underinsured. Where last year's work and this year's work just did that. We got grants for those businesses, we got loans for those businesses, and we are trying to uplift from the bottom. That has been my theory this whole time I've been here, because we all don't have equal footing in this. And you can't do things the usual way and expect, results. Somebody said the definition of insanity earlier, I think that was McDonald. It is the definition of insanity, doing the same thing and expecting change. We talk about disparities all the time. I'm tired of talking about disparities. I want to do something about disparities, and that's why I was intentional about this bill and last year's bill. This bill gives money to Arrowhead Economic Entity that works in Rep. Igo's district. They came to us, and their story was so compelling that I talked to my CA, and I'm like, we got to do something about this. We got to give money to this. And what I love about being a chair and being in that committee was that you get to have people that you would never have met come to your committee and tell you compelling stories about their communities. We had a young woman who came, I believe her name was Abigail, who told us why we should fund the Special Olympics. And she was so adorable and so cute, and I think she captured every single one of us' heart. And that's why we're funding Special Olympics in this. Well, guess what? It's not only because I fell in love with that young lady and I thought her story was compelling, but it also brings foot traffic to our downtown. We're always talking about how our downtown is dying. We need more foot traffic. More people means that there will be more spending in our restaurants, in our hotels, in our stores. That is what this bill is about. It's not about handing money to friends. It's about bringing foot traffic to our downtowns, bringing support to small businesses that have been struggling since COVID or even prior to that. It's about balancing the scale. It's a good bill, and I hope you can all support this. Because when you support this bill tonight, you're pressing that green button, you're supporting Minnesotans all across the state. You're supporting Minnesotans who are struggling and just need that little boost so they can keep their doors open. Because the more stores that close and the more shops that close, that's a dent in our small businesses. I don't want to talk about the economic development because I think Chair Zhang did a great job, but it was also an honor to serve in the economic development and the workforce, because all we heard was that our workforce is in crisis. We're in workforce shortage. So having the creativity of talking to nonprofits who are stepping up and saying that, hey, we see that there is a workforce challenge. We have a creative program that trains immigrants, that trains the underserved communities, that trains women, that trains the disability community, that trains people with mental illness. My background is mental health. And the worst thing that you can do for somebody who has mental illness is tell them to sit idle. There's a program in the workforce that actually funds that says we're going to fund to train people with mental illness so they can have a job and they can have a meaningful life and they can have a purpose. So that is why I'm proud of our work. I want to thank my lead, Kosnick. Thank you very much. I want to thank my Vice Chair Hassan, who is a fellow social worker and kept me in line. I want to thank every single member of the Economic Development Committee. We may have different opinions on how we want to do this work, but we were respectful. We debated things. We disagreed at the end, but all of us came there because we wanted to represent our communities. I want to thank our partisan and nonpartisan staff. Without them, we wouldn't have done this work. This is a hard work. And I want to just remind us to be compassionate and have mercy towards one another, because this is hard work. And our staff put in a lot of hours to prepare all the paperwork that are sitting in front of us every second. I want to thank the chief clock staff who have to be here later than we do and who have to come in earlier than we do and never complain. They're always pleasant. They always have smiles. And whatever you ask them, they don't say no. They just find a way to do it. So thank you. I'm going to miss you guys. I know this is not a goodbye speech, but I thought I should take this opportunity to tell you that this is a great bill and you should vote for it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll.
Here we go. Yes.
The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Keeler.
Keeler, aye.
Keeler, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Pulowski.
Pulowski, aye.
Pulowski, aye. Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, yes.
Perez Vega, aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 52 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.